Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing tonight? Hello, hello, hello. Let me say hi to folks. Welcome on into I Love Tally Hall, to Otter Defendo, to Aggressive Avocado, to Omega Scales. One second, the music's a little bit loud, on my end at least. Hello, Check for Charlie. Hello, Goblin Soblin. JM, Missing Project, Lycanthropic. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. And hello, Dusklight Wanderer as well. How's everyone been? How are you doing? I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. And if you're not, I'm biting you. I do hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Hello, No Eyes for you. Chat, I'm going to be incredibly real. I almost fell asleep. Before stream, I was like, okay, I am eepy sneepy, or rather, I was just tired. I needed to lay down. I said, okay, I have half an hour before live time. I'm gonna just lay down for a minute. It was a little bit more than a minute. Hello, King Trillion, how are you doing? Why not sweep? Because I have stream. I can't sleep because I have stream. All of us need some sleep. That's how it goes. Hello, Celador, bark bark bite bite. See, here's the thing. I have schedules I need to abide by. Unfortunately, I don't have the option to just like cancel obligations, including streams. So it doesn't matter if I'm eepy sneepy. I'm live. I'm here. Not sleeping because you can't be stopped? Exactly, Celador gets it. I can't be stopped. Exhaustion hits hard, sometimes it does, but hey, we keep on thriving. Just got off work, welcome home, King Trillion, congratulations. Glad you survived work. Nah, I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible though. I have a lot of things that I want to kind of yap about or do tonight. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of pulled in a million different directions, but we're following the dopamine tonight, chat. That's the plan anyway. We are going to follow the dopamine. It's gonna be a little bit chaotic and messy and sloppy, but you know what, that's how it goes. In any case, I hope everyone's doing well. What have y'all been up to? I think the most exciting thing I have on my plate, chat, I got some new tech. Congrats, Maverick! Congratulations, I hope it goes well. All the best. Hello, Kodokon. Chat, I have some fun new tech that we get to play around with, some new equipment that I'm not entirely sure how it works yet. So we might set that up first. It's gonna be a little bit messy. Don't worry about it. What new tech? You'll find out shortly. Give you a second to grab it. Alright. So y'all can't see what I'm doing right now. Don't worry about it. I might pull out the hand cam for a thing I want to do later. We might do a little bit of battle jacket work tonight because I am going to a punk show tomorrow. And I want to get some work on my jacket like at some point before the show. But until then, I do have here a new piece of streaming equipment that I need to set up. Thank you, Curator, for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. And hello, Strap Streams. Bark, bark, bite, bite. All the same to you. Reminder to you all that you matter. You're valid, loved, worthy of love, important, allowed to have emotions and bad days. You don't have to be perfect or strong all the time. You are not broken, and I'm so proud of you for existing. Keep on fighting, chat. Keep on fighting. But I have a funky little, incredible lavalier microphone that I need to kind of put together and figure out how it works. Because I'm going to be honest, don't know how it works. Do not know how work. So it has a few protective caps. I guess I'll put the crisp response cap on, and we'll just see how that works. Hello, Belladonna. How are you doing? Have you checked Throne lately? I did see Omega Scales. Thank you so much for buying me a couple things on Throne. It means the world. Thank you, genuinely. Thank you to everyone who has bothered to pick up a thing or two off my Throne. It means so much to me. How dare you guys? I never quite know how to accept affection or gifts and whatnot, but it does mean the world. Thank you so much. No, it's not the kind you put inside your mouth. Oh, it looks like it might already have some kind of protective cap over it. Maybe it doesn't need a second one. I don't really know how this works. I don't really know how the protective caps work. Yeah, okay, it's already has a, it already has a protective cap on it. Okay. It's got a flat response protective cap on it, which that's fine. We'll stick with that for the moment. I don't really know how to take these on and off. Hello, Ein. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. So I suppose nope, don't do that. Alright, I'm trying to figure out how I put this together. It's whatever. What type of input output are you? Why are you? Now, I will say, one thing I'm a little bit confused about. When I bought this mic, I was under the impression that it was a different type of input than it is. Had my teacher move my predicted grade down, managed to convince her boss to move it back up, because I know bloody well I can do that grade. Congratulations, Belladonna. Proud of you. Amazing work. Finally doing more work with the chainmail collar. I have Mitch Markers because of other paid commissions. No worries. Put your paid stuff first, 100%. Listen, I'm not going to fault you for putting the work you're getting paid to do first, whatsoever. Okay. Where can I plug this in? Because that's the wrong input type. Yeah. So the issue I'm having now that I didn't anticipate having is that this is not the type of input that I thought it was. I don't know if that slot on my PC does anything. So we're gonna find out. Give me a moment, chat. We're setting up a new little piece of tech right now, and I don't really know what I'm doing. Ho. Is it you? Are you the one? Yes, hello. Fancy new microphone, which for some reason uses a 1/4-inch jack. Delicious. Alright, give me a second, chat. I need to insert a new audio capture. So we're gonna insert a new audio input capture. This is a new microphone that I got a hold of specifically for our live music stream. So we're real quickly testing this out. Pausing the music for a moment.
Chat, this is my new lav mic. Muting my my other input. Here's my new lav mic, chat. One sec, I need to turn this on advanced audio properties. Not what I wanted. Come on, where are you? Okay, so I should be able to hear myself now. Alright, not bad. Not bad at all. Not too far off from what I'm used to. Is it directional? One second. No, wait. Maybe. I can't tell if it is or not. No, I don't think. Okay. It's not directional. One sec. Let me make this a mono input. You are now a mono input. Beautiful. All right. Cool. So this is the new lav mic, which, doing an audio check, it's definitely not as high fidelity as the mic I am used to using, but it is specifically for use for the live music stream and for like similar 3D content. Still needs a little bit of setup. I wanted to test this before stream, but I got hit with the Eepy Sneepy. Now this is a Countryman ISOMAX microphone. What are you? I don't know. It's an ISOMAX. It is a music that is specifically made for use for like musical theater settings. I am a little bit worried about it being long enough. The wire, I mean. If I stand up. Okay. I cannot walk that far. I have a fair bit of radius. It'll probably be enough. It's going to be a little bit scuffed. It'll probably be enough. It's going to need some EQing. It's going to need some messing around. But new mic, new tech, cool stuff. Oh my god. Does peak a little bit easily. One sec. Let me like clip this onto my body real quick. Come on. Get in your clip. Don't do that. What the fuck? Don't do that. He's testing new tech, chat. Alright, so this is what ends up happening when I put it on like the collar of my shirt. Which like, it's most likely going to be sitting either on the collar of my shirt or on my guitar strap. I think this is gonna work. I think it's gonna be scuffed, but it's gonna get the job done. So this is what our live music stream is roughly gonna end up sounding like, chat. What do we think? Thoughts, feedback, emotions. Scuff is the name of the game, chat. Scuff is the name of the game. I'm content with this. For what it is, I'm content with this. It's gonna need some EQing, but I can do that. That's a problem for future me. I'm excited. For those who have not been on the loop, on December 17th, we will be doing a live music stream. It is the 1-year anniversary of the day that I escaped homelessness. It is fun to test this little new microphone for it. Hee hee ha ha ha. Alright, glad it sounds good. Glad it is meeting expectations and needs. A day worth celebrating, absolutely. Speaking of scuff curses, oh my fucking god. So I know what the issue is. Mix It Up Bot's mad at me because I opened it before I opened VTube Studio. Give me a second. My setup is extremely scuffed. There's like 10 different pieces of software required to run this. And if I do a single thing wrong during setup, it gets mad at me. I'm fixing it right now. There's unfortunately only so much I can do. Alright, I'm gonna move back to regular mic now.
We are back on regular microphone, but we got to test the new equipment, and I'm excited. I'm so hyped for the live music stream. I've been getting very experimental with my art, my content recently, and I hope that's okay. I hope you all do not mind that I've been getting a bit more experimental with the art that I make as of late. But I've been having a lot of fun with it. I've been having a lot of fun doing weird, wacky things and kind of stepping outside of my norm. Alright, we're good, we're solid, we're thriving. And I hope you all don't mind me continuing to experiment and exist outside of what might be the norm of my channel. I've been testing the bounds, allowing myself to be a bit more loud and punk recently. Allowing myself just gonna follow the vibes, to follow the dopamine, as one might. You take care, JM, all the best. Hello, Groggy. Hello, Fops of bad news and misfortune. What do you mean of bad news and misfortune? When have I ever brought bad news and misfortune upon you? What do you mean? When have I ever brought misfortune upon you? Alright, what's everyone been up to today? How are y'all doing? I hope the answer is good. Trying to decide from my classes right now. Good luck to you, no eyes for you. Good luck, good luck. Tuned into your streams multiple times. My PC has unironically crashed when I was choosing a game. Well, that doesn't sound like my problem. That sounds like a problem with your game. That sounds like an issue with your game. Not that I didn't do that. Hello, Zelda. Hi. Try to learn 3D animation to succeed. That is definitely hard. I'll be so real with you. 3D animation is one of those art forms that I've never been able to wrap my head around. I think 3D animation might be a little bit above my my pay grade. 3D animation's a little bit outside of my sphere. You have this aura that hates my computer. That's not my fault. It's not my fault your computer cannot run video game. I'm just a critter. I'm just a creature. Chat, I do not know how to explain to you guys this thing that my ear is currently doing. No worries, Zelda. Lovely to see you, and hello, Orleans, as well. Chat, my ear is currently doing this weird thing where it's picking up a lot of high frequencies. That's not normal. That's not a normal amount of high frequency for AE ears to be hearing. Hello? The fuck? In any case, I have a couple ideas for today, chat, if you all are down for them. We might spend a little while working on my battle jacket, if y'all are down for it. I also need to clean my boots. I also need to take care of my boots. Because they're looking a little bit torn up and chewed up and they need to get conditioned again. What are y'all's thoughts? We are going to be playing a game later today. We'll be playing either Off or Silent Hill F. I am undecided. But are y'all down for maybe some hand cam shenanigans? Creature. Big news, got the Iliad. Ooh. I hope you enjoy. Chat, I never actually finished reading the Odyssey. I got like 80% through reading the Odyssey, stopped, and I think I lied about finishing it too because I was embarrassed. I'm pretty sure that's a thing that happened. I'm a very good content creator. I'm literate. Can I be so honest? I cannot remember the last time I finished a book. I start a lot of books. I will get a significant way through a lot of books. Sometimes I will get like 40, or I'll get like 80% of the way through a book and then I just won't finish it. I just won't finish it. Not because I don't want to. It's not a matter of like, oh, I wasn't vibing with it. I just lose steam, or I start forgetting things, or I am tired, you know? Isn't it like 400 pages? That depends a lot on like what publisher or what format you're reading it in. The thing about measuring a book based off page size is you have to, or based off number of pages, you have to take into account like the amount of text on each page, which is going to vary between formats and publishers. So especially if it's just an old book, not really a good measure. Totally didn't read that as laid for half a second. I mean, also congrats on that. Chat, if you've gotten laid recently, congrats to you. Live your best life. Hello, Kaffer. How are you doing? Is a big long book though. I never actually finished it. I want to read the Iliad and the Odyssey like properly, but I can't finish. I get really I have trouble reading for longer than like an hour at a time if I'm not on Vyvanse. Um, and it's hard. It's hard. Brain feels like it got replaced with cotton. Real. That's how I feel like all the time. I hope you're alright. That sounds like you might be sick. Hang in there. Hello, Draken's Horde. Last time I mute stream for now, because working on audio files is already complicated without stream playing audio. I do feel that. I know the feeling. You take care of yourself. Do what you gotta do. Good luck, High Lime. Congrats, but damn bragging much. No congrats to me and my asexuality. Hey, I can congratulate people for multiple conflicting things at the same time. You can be congratulated for multiple conflicting things at once. Come on. Just because I congratulate someone for one thing doesn't mean you aren't congratulated for the opposite. We're all living our best lives out there. If anything, chat, more than anything, I am proud of you all for going out there and living your best lives. I am proud of you for going out there and living lives that are authentic and real to you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Drakens, for the 10 stream streak. I am proud of you for existing as yourself and living a life that is true to you. I think that's the most incredible and most powerful thing that you can do in this world. Just living authentically. Keep on thriving, chat. Keep on thriving. I did not know it was Pansexual Pride Day. Happy Pansexual Pride Day to all the pansexuals. Live your best lives. Genuinely, like, it is one of the most meaningful and powerful things that you can do is just live loudly and authentically as yourself. And if you're doing that, I'm incredibly proud of you. If you are fighting and trying to find the space to do that amid a world that rejects you, I am also proud of you. Keep on fighting, keep on existing. I send all my best, all my love, chat. You deserve it. Hello, Not Pancake. Things go well. We're just getting started, yapping a little bit. I asked chat for feedback on what I am thinking about doing this stream, and no one responded. No one responded. So that's where we're currently at. I suppose we're just yapping for the moment. I did like almost fall asleep right before stream, but we're going to ignore that fact. I'm awake and conscious. There's nothing wrong with me. Battle Jacket good? Yeah, I might be down to work on Battle Jacket a little bit. Battle Jacket sounds rad. Thank you, chat, for responding to the question. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you all. I always get so nervous working on handcam streams because I'm like, oh, I don't know if people are gonna vibe with it, but I like the notion of handcam streams. And just like wonder, I appreciate that sentiment. I don't think it's like not necessarily. I appreciate the sentiment, but also I am a person trying to live off my art. So while yeah, I do have a wonderful audience that is here for whatever I'm here for. That's not going to be everyone in the audience, and also it doesn't help me build a larger one. But that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. Pancake, the reason why I read your username out in full is because you're not the only person in the community who goes by Pancake. That's the reason why I read it out in full. You're not the only Pancake in the community. I apologize. How have I not noticed? Because I'm not sure if the other Pancake's been around much recently, but there is another Pancake in the community. I think even if you all seen Wicked, but Alphaba was punk as fuck. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I definitely see where the reading comes from, potentially. I guess it depends also on what version of Wicked you are talking about. I'm most familiar with the musical, rather than like the most recent movie version that came out. I have not watched the movie version. I can see where the reading's coming from. I appreciate it, someone awesome. I haven't felt like it recently, but I do appreciate it. Guess who's awoken at 1 a.m. while sick after taking 8 naps? Well, good morning. Don't worry, I know the feeling, U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. I got up at 3 a.m. this morning. I have been awake, chat, since 3 a.m. It is currently 7:24 p.m., which is not that unreasonable. But I did wake up at 3 a.m. And I am going to be awake until at minimum 1 a.m. That's just how we roll around here. That's just how we do things around here. We persist, chat. Hello, dangerous safety. Hello, hello, hello. Have pasta chips? What's pasta chips? I've never heard of that before. See, 1 a.m. is fine, except for the fact that I woke up at 3 a.m. But it's okay. I've done worse to myself. My sleep schedule has been actually horrid recently. If you guys follow me on Blue Sky, you've probably seen hints at how horrid my sleep schedule is. I posted a little bit about my sleep schedule as of late. Last week, there were 2 individual days where I slept for over 12 hours. And I want to be very clear, when I say I slept for over 12 hours, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. This has happened twice in the last week. Twice! Now, to be honest, it's kind of my fault because I do this thing where I go back and forth between sleeping for 3 hours and sleeping for 12. But it's not healthy or ideal. It's not great. I'm not a great fan of it. It's definitely not ideal. Relatively unsick today, but very wiped nonetheless. I see. I'm glad you're not sick. It does seem like a lot of folks are getting sick this time of year, chat, especially with the holidays coming up. Please, get your flu vaccines. Get your COVID shots. Wear a mask if you are in public. I'm pretty sure most people are getting sick because they're catching the flu. I caught the flu earlier this year and it was miserable. Please take care of yourselves. Basically puffed pasta dough and the ones I got taste just like spaghetti. That sounds delicious, actually. Please, can you share some sleep time? I need more of it. I need less of it. I mean, sure, Femi, I would love to hand some sleep over. I don't want this much of it. I want to be functioning off of 4 hours of sleep a night. Chat, I feel better when I sleep for 4 hours than when I sleep for fucking 8+. Deadass. Alright, let me grab the hand cam, though. Let me grab that. Been fairly unsymptomatic, just wanting to sleep 16 hours a day. I see, hang in there. Nah, well, a lot of people I know IRL have also been sick recently, so should have stayed in bed all day today. Technically yesterday, voice gave out, but I had an important test today. Hate that I went to school, took the test and went home. Made me worsen my sickness by going outside when I'm absolutely sick. See, even worse than that, even worse than you worsening your own sickness, you potentially got other people sick, and that's a big problem. We'll construct a machine to spread the sleep time amongst all Ashen and AE. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Totally just didn't wake up from an unplanned nap. That is incredibly real, Shyla and Draws. I do that all the time. Chat, I want to sleep less. Especially because I'm really excited by this video essay I've been working on recently. Chat, for those who are not in the Discord and haven't heard, I have decided to shift gears with my next video essay. I had an idea, I was working on it for like 5 months. I hit a point with it a couple months ago where I just couldn't keep working on it, where I wasn't energized or motivated to continue pushing on it. And I made a decision. I decided that, you know what, no, I'm not going to keep working on this. I shifted gears to a completely different video essay subject. And it is like, I think genuinely the best choice I could have made. I am feeling incredibly excited and energized by this new idea that I'm rolling around with, in ways that I haven't felt in a while. And we call that winning. Get a new book today, what would that book be? Oh, whoa. Alright, give me a moment, chat. But I'm feeling like energized by my art and content for the first time in a while working on this video essay, and I'm hoping it ends up all kind of coming to fruition in a satisfying manner, you know? I really, really hope that this continues to be something that I feel driven about and that comes to fruition. Alright, I have to move a couple things, don't mind me. Alright. Missing the other video idea was condemned to the archives. I'll pick it back up in time. I'll pick it up in time. For Whom the Bell Tolls. I've never heard of it before, but I hope you end up enjoying. I was literally talking earlier, literally like 10 minutes ago, about how I miss reading. I just don't have the time or capacity for it these days, but I do really miss reading. Hello, Adam. How are you doing today? And hello, Monster Kicker, as well. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Don't mind me setting a couple things up right now. Got a lot of setup. Alright. One of my friends texted me an opportunity of a lifetime with me in my art career. So damn nervous, might be freaking out a tad bit. Don't know what to say. Well, good luck. I hope it goes well. All the best, Groggy. All the best. No, opportunities like that are things you need to take advantage of. If you are a creator of any capacity and you have a good opportunity show up on your plate, you need to just run with it. And it might mean overworking yourself. It might mean, you know, it might mean months of busyness and hell, but like, those are the things we have to do to get our career off the ground. You know? Sorry that you're just meh, Adam. I'm so sorry to hear that. Bet you smell like wet fop all the time. I literally don't. I take very good care of myself, actually. I don't understand, chat, where all the stinky fop accusations always come from. Like, I know I understand that I'm like a rebel who lives in an abandoned building and all that. I understand I'm an anarchist. Maybe that's kind of the stereotype of punks and anarchists and whatnot. But I'm not stinky. I take decently good care of myself most of the time. I take okay care of myself most of the time, at the very least. I don't know what the appeal of it is. Not stinky, wet fop, like wet dog. Okay, but I take really good care of myself. I take good care of myself. I'm doing alright, Adam. I'm a little bit all over the place. I almost fell asleep right before stream, but we're figuring things out. Foxes smell funky, okay, and? Gestures that unwashed, crinkly, leaf-filled tail. Hey, I've gotten better at taking care of myself. It's just hard to brush my tail. Because I'll end up, like, tearing all the feathers out, and that's a problem. I don't want to tear all my feathers out. Alright, give me a second. Where is it? I know I have a scene for this. Where's my scene for this? What? I know I have a scene for this. One second. I'm dealing with a little bit of scuff. Oh, I see what the issue is. Whoopsie. Chat, he fucked up. Wait. What? Huh? Oh, wait, huh? Huh? Chat, one sec. There's too many wires in this setup. What the fuck's happening? Don't do that. No. Everything is breaking. Whoever that is who's saying good night, I cannot read right now. Everything is going wrong. Everything is going wrong. What the fuck just happened? Everything is going horribly wrong right in front of me. You go inbox. There, okay. Fuck you. Shit, fuck, damn it. Chat, things are going so wrong. Oh, the redeem's working now. Wonderful, lovely. I'm so sorry about the scuff. Okay, alright. Okay. Okay. Now are you going to work? It worked! I did it! I did it! We have hands. I'm so smart. You take care, Monster Kicker. Good night. Okay. He did it. Meaty claws. Listen, I need to use my meat hands for what we're gonna be doing today. Because if I don't use the meat hands, this just ain't gonna work. The meat hands are necessary for this particular experiment. You try using a sewing needle with talons. It doesn't work very well. We end up relying a lot on the meat hands whenever I do hand cam content because trying to do anything tactile with talons is hard, you know? Just get bendy paws? No. There's a very limited spear I can shapeshift in. This is the easy option, trust me. I've experimented. This is the easy option. Doing anything in talons is fucking hard. Anyway, let me show you what we're gonna be working on today. This is my battle jacket. Guppy present day. Hello, Aestheti. How are you doing today? U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. Do you think I haven't tried that? This is my battle jacket. It's falling apart a little bit at the moment because one of the last times I wore it out, it rained. And so like this patch is not in very good condition right now. I'm gonna have to repaint this at some point. It's not in good condition. But this is my battle jacket. What is a battle jacket? It's a thing in the punk scene. Your battle jacket is a jacket that you cover in patches that, you know, kind of is like a part of your identity as a punk. Your patches will usually have like a lot of the bands you like, your political opinions, things of that nature. Your battle jacket, it is, you know, it is a battle jacket. It is what you wear as part of your fucking fight as a punk. Mine, you know, it's got the Days and Days patch, it's got the Compost and Training patch, it has a Ace of Wands reverse, it's got a trans patch. It does need a lot of work and fixing up because it got rained on and all of my pins are now fucked. All of my pins got fucked up in the rain. How do you clean it with the patches on? You don't. That's one of the things with battle jackets. You don't. They do not get cleaned. You can't. You just don't. Got a ton of pins and patches and stuff. But I am going to be seeing one of my favorite bands tomorrow. Hello, host. Hi. I'm going to be seeing one of my favorite bands tomorrow, and there is something, a reference to them and their music that I've been wanting to put on my jacket for a long time. We're going to be doing that today. I'm finally going to be putting this reference that I've wanted to put on my jacket for a long time onto my jacket. What I want to do is I want to, along the bottom, like, hem of my jacket, embroider the phrase, "Whatever makes you feel alive." That's what we're gonna be doing. Probably isn't bad, assuming it's a super outer layer of a sweater or something. How it usually, so here's the thing. Welcome to being a crust punk. Welcome just being a punk in general. This is a feature of being punk. This is a jacket that I wear, usually just over a t-shirt, into mosh pits and environments where, you know, you get sweaty. You know? If it really gets too dirty to wear, you just soak it in water and, like, hand wash it. But you cannot machine wash something like this. You need to hand wash it, because the patches will get damaged. Y'all are gonna be super grossed out by this. If the fact that I have a jacket that I wear like twice a month that doesn't get cleaned, this is gonna gross you out. One sec. So, we call these crust pants for a reason. We call these crust pants for a reason, chat. I've actually, despite the fact that I've been wearing this battle jacket, and again, I wear it a couple times a month. Despite the fact that I've been wearing this battle jacket for half a decade, this has never been cleaned. I've never even, like, you know, hand washed this. Because it does not get worn enough where it really becomes an issue. It gets worn very occasionally, so it just never becomes an issue. I need to dunk these in water soon. These crust pants have, despite the fact that I only started them a few months ago, these desperately do need to be cleaned. So I'm gonna be dunking these in a sink soon, and just hoping for the best. Dunking them in a sink with like water and hand washing them, which again, it's something you can't do too often because these are like handmade patches that you can barely get wet, but it needs it. It desperately needs it. Hello, Miss Fei Fei. These pants desperately fucking need it. So it's gonna be, yeah, water and a little bit of soap. It's not pleasant. But, like, we call them battle jackets and crust pants for a fucking reason. Gotta hop out. No worries, you take care, not pancake. All the best. You really just can't clean them. That's just part of being punk, you know? Like, vinegar watered down for a soak helps with smell and stains. They don't really have any stains because I'm relatively careful with them, but yeah, I need to take some time to clean them up a little bit more. Alright. So again, what I want to do is I want to embroider the phrase "whatever makes you feel alive" along the hem of this. It's gonna be very similar to the hand in unlovable hand embroidered on the cuff of my jacket, which I embroidered back in like 2020. This does need to be redone sometime soon because it's definitely getting sloppy, the hand in unlovable hand. But you know, that's how it goes. Hello, White Flower Black Song. If that shit doesn't stand up on its own, what's the point? Literally. When I get myself a service shirt one day? I don't know what you mean by that. Alright. Where the hell is my embroidery shit? I did not have time to prep anything for this stream because I accidentally fell asleep. Where's my embroidery shit? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck? Okay. Sewing supplies. So this is my sewing needles. Sewing needles, yay! That's weed. That's a charging block and 2 throat lozenges. Thread. My embroidery has a lot more flowers on it, but I buy the smallest packs of square fabrics, grab the charity shop to make cute patches, and that's also valid. I've used embroidery for stuff like that as well, but a lot of my embroidery work is for punk stuff, you know? Just some chill punk DIY. Also, I agree, old charity shops and thrift stores are great places to go for scrap fabric. Can anyone be punk? Technically, yes. Anyone can be punk. Punk, however, so here's my thing with punk. Anyone can be punk if they abide by the ideology of punk. Punk is not an aesthetic, is an ideology. There are no limitations off race, gender, etc. on who can be punk, but to be punk, you need to be a hardcore leftist. You need to be someone who believes in anti-authoritarianism, who is anti-fascist and anti-capitalist. How do I say? I'll be honest, I do not care if you listen to the music or if you even dress in the style. What makes a punk is the ideology. What makes a punk is, are you willing to kick a fascist in the goddamn ass? You know? What makes a punk is, are you willing to punch a Nazi? Yeah, anyone can be a punk in the same way anyone can hold a stick. Exactly. It's accessible to everyone, but it is conditional. It is not a style, it is not a way of dress. I do not care if you dress the part or if you listen to the music. I care if you are willing to punch a Nazi. That's what makes punk to me. It's very fun being punk and looking like I stepped out of a fairy tale, and that's valid as all hell, and I support the hell out of that. Some of the most badass punk people I know do not dress like punks. Some of the most badass punk people I know dress like cottagecore and whatnot. They're no less punk for it. Punk just means that you are a loud leftist, anti-authoritarian, anti-fascist, anti-capitalist. It is a political ideology and a way of life more than anything. But you don't have to fucking be the kind of person who listens to the music or goes to the shows or participates in any other element of the subculture. It's about being willing to stand up and fight for your community. Etc., etc. So when we say anyone can be punk, we just mean that, like, you're punk if you stand for that. If these are the ideals you stand for, if you stand for the ideals that are punk, you can call yourself punk, for all I care. But if you're not willing to punch a goddamn Nazi, get out of my face, you know? Alright, where the hell is my Seam Ripper? Or anything else that would be useful for this? Hello, Seam Ripper? Hello. Where the hell is my Seam Ripper? Chat, what did you do with my Seam Ripper? There it is. I found it. Beautiful. All right. So the band I'm seeing tomorrow is a lovely band by the name of Pigeon Pit. If you know me, you've definitely heard me talk about them before. They are, by a long shot, my favorite band. They've been my favorite band for a couple years now. I've been listening to them for a long time, but over the time they've really just, you know, risen the ranks to be a very, very important part of my life and my tastes. I'm gonna be seeing them live for the first time tomorrow. I'm gonna be seeing them twice in the next week, actually, because I've taken every free night I can to go and see them. They're very, very important to me, and this particular phrase, lives rent-free in my brain, is a mantra that I repeat to myself constantly. Whatever makes you feel alive. It comes off of one of their songs, Keys to the City. It is the last line in the song. It is very much a song about finding a home anywhere, about chasing the things that make you feel like a person. It's very important to me. You hear me reference the phrase a lot because it's very important to me. And I want to, before I see them live tomorrow, have that memorial to them here. Yeah, you can put anything you want on your battle jacket. I have here, this is a Ace of Wands reversed patch. It is a tarot card that is very important to me. It is a tarot card that haunted me for a long time. Before it eventually stopped. It's meaningful to me. It's really, really meaningful to me. I also have on here, like, here is a patch that says a pin that says I steal marine animals when aquarium workers aren't looking. You can put anything you want on your battle jacket. Hello, Zazzy, how are you doing today? Nothing is stopping you from putting anything you want on your battle jacket. This is a pin that says, I steal marine animals when aquarium workers aren't looking. I'll let you interpret that however you please. This is another really good one. This one says, I love vaccines, autism, abortions, homosexuals, sex changes, and crime. Do I have anything else good on here? I've lost a few pins recently and I'm very sad about it. I'm really sad that this one's rusting. This has been a permanent memorial on my battle jacket since the day I started. It's a reference to the Pulse nightclub shooting. Crime? That's illegal! I love doing illegal things. I've got I steal crabs when the aquarium workers aren't looking with an octopus on it after the octopus that would break out at night. I love that White Flower Black song. That's so good. I love crime, chat. I also have every artist is a cannibal. Interpret that as you please. Do you have a pin maker? No, but I know someone who does. I want to get one of my own eventually. I think it'd be a very fun thing to have. Alright, I'm trying to figure out how I want to go about this. Because I think I just want to start it here. But the letters need to be big. I honestly, I think it'd be smart to tape this up and have an idea of like where the top bound is. Do I have tape? Do I have tape? I know I have like some washi tape somewhere, but that's just expensive. What is a battle jacket? So a battle jacket is a fixture of the punk and metal scene. It is a jacket that you wear. That kind of represents you and your place in existence within like the punk or metal or alt scene. It's usually covered in patches of bands that you like, of your politics. It is a way of kind of identifying yourself within the scene. So like mine has references to some of my favorite bands. There's a Combos and Training patch. It's got my Ace of Wands reversed. It's got a bunch of buttons. There's a me on there. They are a means by which we represent and identify ourselves within the scene. They're often also referred to as patch jackets or patch vests. We call them battle jackets because, like, as punks and as alt folk, we really do enjoy stealing like military aesthetics and shit. Talk to any punk. We love stealing police and military aesthetics. Let me see if I don't think I have tape. What can I use to kind of mark this off? I could actually just use pins. Where are my pins? Give me a moment. I'm gonna use these to make like a border. Hi, Wonder! Time to go to every punk show, and beat the shit out of the one with the AE pin. How dare you, Wonder? I'm very easy to recognize in person. How dare you? Hi, Wonder. How are you doing? Barbara, bye-bye. Alright. Hello, Sage. How are you doing? Follow where the dopamine takes you. God, my sleep schedule is gonna be wrecked. Mine's already wrecked. My sleep schedule has been screwed for the last couple weeks, but honestly, I'm living. Doing well. Hope all is good on your end. I am. I'm so sad I couldn't watch your stream earlier today. I was busy doing capitalism things. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting I live in a world where I can't just dedicate my life to watching Wonder streams, you know? What the fuck is this shit? I hope you had a good time though. Guys, Wonder's my friend. I understand it's because you hate me. Yeah, I absolutely despise you. I want nothing to do with you actually. Why do we like talk? Why do we ever like talk to each other, Wonder? What the fuck? Nah, adore you, friend. Chat, I love my friends. Chat, this is your semi-regular reminder to tell your friends you love them. In case you needed to hear that, here's your reminder. Especially if you, honestly, like genuine piece of advice. If you have any friends who like, you know, have negative associations with the time of year, or who don't have much in the way of family, or who have unaccepting families, go check up on them. Check up on your friends, make sure they're doing okay. Let them know that if they need company or a safe space, that you've got their back. Now is a very difficult time of year for a lot of people, so if you can ease that burden by just like reminding your fucking friends that they have safety and that they are loved, do it. It's that easy that time, sometimes. Hello, Yorwer. How are you doing? Alright, I'm just kind of marking a border here so I have a rough guide for my embroidery. Wonder mentioned, shadow deployed, thank you, Zelda. We love Wonder here. Tell your best friends that you will fight their enemies. Yeah, true. And tell your friends you... How do I say? Tell your friends that you'll fight them in not Walmart, in Waffle House parking lots. Waffle House parking lot is just like the perfect brawling place, you know? It's also a perfect getting high place. Reminder, that bringing your friends soup is a super way to boost moods. So true, so true. Honestly, having like... This is not to shame online friendships, because like, friendships in the digital realm are incredibly real and valuable. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to give off the impression that like I am in any way devaluing friendships that are largely or primarily online, but having IRL friends is so nice because you can just do things like make them food when they're sick and bring them food. Like having IRL friends is so badass because you can just do things like show up at their door with soup. Don't tell me that's not cool as shit. I love that we live in a world where you can just like show up at your friend's door with soup. I think that's cool. Having IRL friends is wonderful. I lost that privilege when I was 13 and I hope you're able to have it again. It's not too late. It's a lot harder to make like friends IRL as an adult, but trust me, it is not impossible. IRL support groups and friends matter so much. Girls been in isolation for 23 years says. It's true. Like, I am of the belief that digital friendships are great and wonderful and valid, but that IRL, they serve a different like niche and purpose and function than IRL friendships. And that both in the modern day and age are extremely important to maintain and foster. I believe that there is important function in both of these types of relationships. And that they both do things that the other can't do. And that is okay and kind of fucking beautiful. One day I'll figure out how to fax over when I cook to online friends reel. It's even better to show up at your friend's house when they thought you were just an online friend. Okay, I am seeing one of my close online friends IRL soon, and I'm very excited about it, chat. I'm very excited about it. You all will... I'll be talking about it on stream later, because they are a fellow content creator. But I'm very, very excited, because I'm going to be seeing one of my close online friends IRL soon. You'll hear more later. More news to come. We won't be doing, like, a off collab or anything, but we will probably be posting about it. I long to be able to make food for my friends and jump scare them with it at their door. Yeah, God, I'm so sad you're gonna be in Germany and not here. One of the nice things about living in the archive and, you know, being surrounded by my Ashton and whatnot is that I do have the ability to kind of knock on people's door and whatnot. But it's always, even when I do have anything I long for, just the ability to knock on people's door and have friends. I'll ship it to you personally, don't worry, thank you. Thank you, Wonder. Just thought of a Street Fighter, as in fight in a Waffle House. Yeah, I love Waffle House. Alternatively, send soup by mail. This is your reminder as well, chat, that it is not too late to make new friends IRL as an adult. I've done it. I'm 24, and the majority of my friends are people I've met in the last, like, 6 months. It's not too late to make friends. You can make friends as an adult. It might be a little bit harder, but it is fully possible, and I encourage you to pursue it. Having friends is, like, pretty fucking cool. Alright, so we're gonna start our embroidery here. In-person D&D is a great way to make friends, by the way. Yeah, great option if you're into... So if you have some kind of, like, interest, if there's something you're really into, say, you know, some kind of music, or, say, Dungeons and Dragons. Great place to start. Incredible place to start. If you're really into Dungeons and Dragons, okay, cool. Go check out your local game store. They probably have, like, free to... Or not free to join, like pay $2 to join one-shots on the weekends. There you go. You have found a space to forge connections that potentially make friends with people who have shared interests. Boom. Easy. I won't pretend it's not scary, but like, it's so worth it. Also, hobby groups don't have age limits. True! Even if you're engaging in a hobby that's primarily enjoyed by older demographics, I promise you, they will love you. They will love you. It will be okay. Sorry for the ads, folks. Hang in there. Someone in r/battle jackets of battle is making a battle jacket for the cat. I love that. I do go on the battle jacket subreddits occasionally looking for inspiration. I don't post my stuff there, because I'm way too shy for that, but I do go looking for inspo there every now and then. I feel like I've seen something about someone making a battle jacket for their cat before, and it's like, that's iconic behavior right there. We love to see it. Alright. Another great resource for making friends is your local library. Do not underestimate the power of your local library. In fact, please use your local libraries more, chat. Their funding is often directly related to the amount of use they get. Please visit and use your local library. They have cool services that they offer to you that you pay for with your taxes. Your taxes pay for these incredible free services being offered by your library. Go there! Go to your library. Libraries do have so much more than books. Many of them offer access to computers for free. Movies. Some even have video games. Music. Go to your local library. Support your local library. I'm holding a gun against your head. Go get a library card and go to your local library. My patch bands have been dying in the ass seams, so we're completely repairing them. Good luck. You got this. But no, there's a lot of really good options out there for making IRL connections, even if you are an adult. It's not too late to make friends as an adult, chat. I beg you. Like the reason I say all of this, by the way, I want to make very clear, is never to shame anyone. It is because I know so many of us suffer from loneliness, and I want to try and help people escape that loneliness. I'm not gonna pretend it's easy. I'm not gonna pretend that it's easy. But there are a lot of options out there for forging connections and whatnot as an adult. You just need to seek them out. It requires a little bit of bravery. It requires a little bit of bravery. But I promise you it is so worth it in the end. I love my library and I love that it's the epicenter of everything that happens in my town community. Hell fucking yeah, avocado. I'm the one funding my local libraries. So a library card is literally just like... Okay. Your library card, you need to sign up and get a card to use your local library, but it's completely free. You just need to show up and be like, hey, this is my legal name and my address. And then you can get a library card. Another cool thing, more and more libraries are dropping the concept of late fees and whatnot. And a lot of them now, a lot of library systems now will actually ship books to your home. This is the thing with some library networks. They will literally just ship books to your house. You can give them your address and be like, hey, please ship this book here. And the book will show up at your door. Boom, book. Have a D&D session, so I'm adept. And no worries, enjoy your D&D, Lucky. All the best. This is gonna end up being a lot bigger than I anticipated, actually. I might have to make this smaller. I did not realize how big this was gonna be. Don't want to be in debt from a fucking overdue library book. Look into the policies of your local library system. Like, they might not collect fees anymore, so you might be able to, like, go and get forgiveness, and whatnot. A lot of local library systems, like I said, have been abandoning the concept of late fees, which is really cool. But yeah, they don't expire, they're free, library cards are cool. Library cards, local libraries, good and cool and amazing. Use them. Your use of your library is part of how they get their funding. So if you want those services to continue to be accessible, use them. Maybe I can return it and beg for forgiveness? That's probably enough, yeah. Again, like, read the policy. It's gonna depend on where you are. But, like, they might not even, like, keep score. Hello, Plank. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Especially in a lot of, like, more blue counties, they no longer even do late fees anymore. So, you know, you might be totally in the clear. Also, if you've gotten, late fees, they typically cap them. True. Like, your library system, they do not want to hurt you. Any policies like this they have are not with the intention of doing harm or discouraging you from using their services. It's literally just because they need to stay afloat. And more libraries have noticed that they don't get anywhere by punishing people, and that implementing late fees only ever prevents people from returning books that are overdue in the first place because they can't afford the late fees. That's why a lot of library systems are dropping them. Because they realized, wait, so many people are just holding on to overdue books because they can't afford to return them. This is not doing anything, you know, they're not helping anyone by having these late fees around. they're just preventing more and more books from being returned and farther hurting people who are already poor. All the more reason to use your local library. Simply noms the fox, blade bites you. Or you bring it back, they would let you rent till you, they wouldn't let you rent until you paid? Yeah. That's typically how it is here. You know. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that stitch. Give me a yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that stitch. We're redoing that. This is an old piece of thread though, so it might be a little bit too fucked up. I don't know if I can get this back on the needle. Let's give it a shot. I'm gonna cut a fresh end. So we're just gonna cut a fresh end to this. So it says whatever makes you feel alive. Which is a lyric from a song that's very important to me. I feel like it's too big, but you know, it's gonna be a big piece of the battle jacket. I am eventually gonna come through and like redo this with even more thread. We just need to lay out the basics of it for now. I'm worried though this is gonna end up just being way, way too big. So we can do it like here. There we go. They were gonna write whore on it. Why would I embroider whore into the hem of my battle jacket? Like, don't get me wrong, I am one of those. But that'd be a little bit weird to embroider onto my battle jacket. The Fitnessgram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly, but gets faster each minute after you hear this sound. Ah! You're welcome. Was that performance to your satisfaction? Penis. Alright. Here we go. That's my boy. Say Gex indeed. Chat, I got the temptation to do something that I definitely shouldn't do, because if I do that I have to private this VOD. But I got the temptation to do or say something that I definitely shouldn't. And I know I'm not helping my case by saying that, but like sometimes you need to speak the intrusive thought just a tiny bit, you know? Hey chat, guess what? You just lost the game. Oh, so it'd be me showing something. Not that it would be like inappropriate, just like that's something that I don't want floating around. It wouldn't be like TOS or anything, it's just something that I wouldn't want floating around. The game, Kodal Khan. You just lost the game. I'm gonna be so real. I lose the game like at least once a week because I watch Wonder. Because I keep up with fucking Wonder, twitch.tv/Wonder, I lose the game all the time. Okay, I'll just say my arms are covered in bruises right now. That is a bug. That was a bug. What kind of bug were you? Where did you go? That was a bug. Did you guys see that? Did you people see that? Are your arms okay? Yeah, I'm fine. My arms are fine. They're just covered in bruises. think I still have my old trench coat with from the Plague Doctor costume I did a few Halloweens ago. I might battle jacket if I can. Why not, you know? It's part of being punk. It's not a necessary part of being punk. But it's part of being punk, if you ask me. You don't have to have a battle jacket in order to be punk, and like, you can make a patch jacket, even if you're not punk, it just won't be a battle jacket. But who do you have to beat the ass of? Oh, I promise they're not bruised for a bad reason. They're not bruised for a bad reason. They're just like really bruised. No comment, Blank. Okay, would they like their ass beat? Probably. I promise I'm fine. My arms are just very bruised right now. Bites you, bites you. Bites you harder. There was the bug again. Did you guys see that? Am I hallucinating a bug live on stream right now? What? Chat. What? What? This feels like a reaction image. I love censoring random words valid. Live your best life. What? This is the funniest thing ever to me. I apologize. Some libraries may have damage fees. True. Yes. Really respect that you just went full in without censoring at first. That's what the pins up here are for. The pins up here are telling me what to do. Alright, I don't think I have enough. I might have enough. Oh, I definitely don't have enough thread to make another letter, but I'll lay down the line for the E. I'll lay down the line for it. Y'all ever just what? No, I'm not fucking. No, that's not far enough out. I'm gonna. It's a little bit of a waste of thread, but I'm gonna tie this here. It's fine. I'm gonna tie this here. We just screenshot what will A use the right face for the reaction. Alright, we got this. Chat, I miss playing Dungeons and Dragons. I have not played D&D since the Homelessness Saga started, and I miss it, honestly. I have not had the time or space for it in my life, because I'm just incredibly busy these days. I don't have the time to dedicate to a tabletop RPG game, but god, I wish I did. I would love someday to have the time for it again. Alright, there we go. What? Just what? Yeah, what? What? Thank you. It's really cool having a subreddit and shit like that. Like, I'll be honest, I do sometimes feel in the wake of I Don't Regret Girlhood like I had my moment of my 15 seconds of fame on the internet, and like I perished or whatnot. But I know it's not gonna be my last. I'm gonna reclaim that. I'm gonna get it back. It's just gonna take time. But like, what happened? Oh, there's my needle. Okay, I got so scared that I lost my needle for a second there. I got so scared that I lost my needle. There's a horny posting subreddit. There's a subreddit where people horny post about me. I did not create the horny posting subreddit. It was made by someone else. Before anyone questions it. This is I think way bigger than I wanted it to be, but it's whatever. I'm tempted to rip this out and try to do it smaller. What do y'all think? Is this too big? 'Cause I'm worried it's too big. It's a lot bigger than Hand and Unlovable Hand, which is kind of what I was expecting it to be more like. Where can one find it? For curiosity's sake, of course. It is r/AE Horny Post Collection? Something like that. The issue is I don't want to take up the entire hem of the jacket. I just want it to go until like here-ish. You know what? That should be enough space, actually. That should be fine, probably. I didn't space out or plan out the spacing of the letters like at all, which is on me. I should have done that. Alright, unraveling thread. We'll go with that for now. That's a workable length. Not too long. Alright, and by the way, we're gonna be doing the Alive in red, because I love red. My main colors are like black, green, and red. The white is just kind of an accent. It's convenient. Do you post the sub? I do not post to the sub, no. I am yet to post to the r/AE Horny post sub. Maybe someday I will, you'll never know. I do read it. I do read what happens there. It's been relatively inactive recently, to be honest, but like, you know, it's how it goes. No, I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Like, I'm so proud of this community, and I'm grateful that it feels like I have like a living, breathing community around me that enjoys and appreciates my work. Thank you for being part of that, chat. Thank you for helping a critter like me find a place on the internet. Thank you for making me feel like I have the fucking capacity to make a difference in the world, because I'm fighting really hard to. My dream is to make a difference in the world. Thank you for helping me feel like I am doing that in some capacity. I want to make this world a better place. I want to make cool art. And I want to thrive. So thank you. Knowing that people appreciate the things I do and have to say is so important. I'm happy to be bettering the world, to be entertaining people, to be changing lives in some tiny little ways. Little sentimental AE moment, apologies. Oh my god, he's feeling emotions, chat. Can you believe this shit? Okay. Definitely one day draw for the horny post subreddit. Do it. I dare you. Gay, I know, right? God, I'm so gay. He felt an emotion, chat. That's gay. Oh, shit. It's knotted. Oh no. How do I fix this? There we go. Gasp, impossible. I know, right? If AE is feeling emotions, can I be emotions? Don't do that. Alright. Heavily considering making photorealistic AEF of photos using Google is meant to be cursed. Do it. You have my full permission. I encourage all sorts of fan content with very few limitations. Like, fucking... don't depict me engaging in hate speech, don't gender bend me, don't AI me. There you go. There are my limitations, there are my boundaries. As you may have noticed, there's not many of them. You have, like, my full permission to do whatever you want with my image, really. You have vibes like if you saw a cop uniform laying around, you'd steal it? Yeah, I probably would. It'd be useful for future missions, you know? I mean, we do kind of have it inside, well, yeah, we have Killian now. He's a former, cadet, which is basically the police and military here in the Floridian Commonwealth. So we basically have an inside guy. Enjoy your chicken nugget, Dusklight Wanderer. I will say I am gonna need more white thread soon. I'm very much going to need to get more white thread soon. I'm hoping that this project isn't what runs me out of white thread. The possibility is in the back of my head. How's the young man doing these days, settling in nicely? He's doing alright for himself. I'm sad that you all haven't gotten a glimpse recently. It's taken me a little while to warm up to him and trust him, being perfectly honest, but I think at this point I've accepted the fact that he's most likely harmless. I mean, he's a clueless young man. Fennel has taken a liking to him, has caught him up on a lot of our endeavors. He mostly keeps to himself. A lot of the wider group does not trust him, but he's doing his best. What is the project? We are embroidering my favorite song lyric, my favorite lyric to my favorite song by my favorite band, onto my battle jacket the night before I see my favorite band. Also, hello, Avid Aloe Drinker. Lovely to see you. Okay. Hope the concert goes well tomorrow. Thank you, I appreciate it. You made me interested in the Floridian Commonwealth law enforcement. I mean, yeah, that's the cadet program is kind of the lowest tier of that. Killian originates from there. He defected, for lack of a better term. What's your sexuality again? I just call myself queer. I don't really like to use any more specific label than that, aside of just queer. I am primarily into men, but I am occasionally into women. My taste is like any man with the slightest hint of femininity and alt woman. You know, that's my taste. My taste is any man with the slightest hint of femininity, and alt woman. And just androgynous people in general. I'm a big androgyny enjoyer. Fops indeed. Took me too long to realize the word is whatever. Yeah, the lyric is whatever makes you feel alive. What if I just, like, force you all to listen to Pigeon Pit right now? What if I did that? I could force you all to just listen to Pigeon Pit, the band that I'm seeing tomorrow, until we're done with this. Nothing is stopping you, true, but would you— alright, I've been given a do it. That's all I needed. Sometimes when I'm like being indecisive chat, what I don't need is a do what makes you happy and I need a do it. Or a no, that'd be dumb. You know? Sometimes I need an answer. Congrats on having audio again, High Lime. Congrats. Give me a moment. I'm gonna force y'all to listen to my music. Advanced audio properties, mute desktop audio, delay of 250. Spotify. I love this band and their entire discography. They're incredible. Where are you playing? What the hello? There we go. Let me make that a little bit quieter. Why is that so quiet for me? That's so weird. Alright, whatever. Shrimp check, shrimp check. I've learned audio editing is hard. It very much is. I've been doing audio editing for a long time. It is indeed hard. My shrimps are frying rice. Oh my god, share. How's volume, by the way? Let me know if the music's too loud, too quiet, anything of that sort. This is my favorite band. Shrimp check. Make sure you're sitting up straight. Make sure you're sitting in a way that's healthy. We want to make sure that you're engaging in proper sitting posture. After questions I don't ask. Don't out. No worries, Andy. Welcome on in. How are you? How is audio volume, chat? Let me know if it's too quiet or too short. Too loud or too quiet. My god. Just verify my Hightail account. Let me know how it goes. If it ends up being fun and good, I might consider checking it out. Don't know how to feel? Slightly sus. I'm not reading the rest of that. Recently bought concerts to a Sabaton concert this summer and I'm so excited. It's my first live concert ever. I hope it goes well, Femi Yami. All the best. All the best. No, I am such a live music enjoyer. Live music is so important to me. I adore live music and just the experience of getting to be in a room full of people who are singing and playing. It is a near fucking spiritual experience for me to be like in a concert hall listening to live music. Oh my god, hi, Necromantic Chef. I promise I'm gonna fucking respond to you in DM soon. I swear. I swear. I have been all over the place. I promise I will get to it. I have been a very EP critter. But how are you, Necromantic Chef? Lovely to see you. Bro is sleepy. Yeah, I almost fell asleep right before stream. My schedule has been untenable this past week, and honestly, like, no regrets. I've been loving life. I've just been way too busy to function, which it happens. It's fine, though. But how are you, Necromantic Chef? Guys, Necromantic Chef is a super talented chef VTuber deserving of your love. Have I didn't miss the battle jacket? Exposing my friend to my favorite stuff? No worries. Welcome on in, Druid. Lovely to see you. Bonjour. I love live music, but I hate the vibe of concerts, which is unfortunate. They're way too busy. That's fair. I'm normally someone who hates crowds and loud noises, but there's something specifically about, like, them in concert settings when it's music where a lot of that fades away from me. See, I'm a very, like, anti-touch person. I generally do not like being touched, but for some reason, in a mosh pit, body against body, the smell of spilled beer, people grabbing me and picking me up and hugging me, like, none of that bothers me in the context of a mosh pit. There's something so different about the environment of a concert, of a punk show, where I am able to push past a lot of things that normally make me uncomfortable or overstimulate me. And I don't know why. It just is for me, and I really appreciate having that space where I'm able to let go of those things. I really want to play my songs live someday, me too. It's a dream. It's a dream of mine. Oh. Did not realize that I was big now. Didn't send anything lately? I know, I owe you a message that I keep meaning to send and I haven't sent. Was sleeping today, IKEA Sharks, nice cool 32 degrees outside with the window open. Sounds like a nice time. I mean, valid as all hell. Listen, on a day like that, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. If gonna need it for next week, for real, for real. Gonna head out and try to sleep a bit. No worries, you take care. All the best, Department of Gay Affairs. Get some good eeps. Good night, good night. But this is Pigeon Pit, my favorite band. They're a really incredible folk punk band, and I'm so excited to see them tomorrow. It's gonna be an incredible show. June Henry is also going to be there. Confession Kiss is going to be there. I'm pretty sure Extra Day Fingers is going to be there. It's going to be a incredible, incredible night. I am very excited. And I'm going to be seeing them again on Thursday, because no one can stop me. Sorry, Friday. I'm going to be seeing them again on Friday, because no one can stop me. Hello, Boofted. How are you? What are you putting on your battle jacket right now? I am embroidering my favorite lyric from my favorite song by this band on my battle jacket, because I'm seeing them live tomorrow. It is the phrase, whatever makes you feel alive. Whatever makes you feel alive. I'm so incredibly excited. Live music and concerts are incredibly important to me. I live for the feeling of being in a room like that, with people fucking just screaming and being passionate. I live for that feeling. Through the burn marks in my sweatshirt, soaked out in the bathroom. Every time that I get high, hold my hair and I feel scared. And wear it when I miss you, for months after you're gone. I could feel your fingers through the burn holes in my sweatshirt. I must go for now. You take care, Kotal Khan. All the best. We keep on fighting. I'm really excited and energized about this show right now. So, you know. Whatever. Know if it's the hot knives or the disassociation, but I still talk to Scar all night. In bed with you in Oakland. I got so used to isolation. Alright, so that's our first word. I definitely want to go over this again, make it a little bit thicker, and like make these letters taller when I do that. But we'll get there. Through the burn holes in my sweatshirt. Good luck to everyone who's having to weather the cold right now. I cannot relate, but I do not envy you. I am not built for cold temperatures. For months after you're gone, and I could feel your fingers through the burn holes in my sweatshirt. Bro, I love the cold. Cannot relate. No thanks. You can have all the cold. Take it away from me. It's 61 degrees outside, and I don't like that. I would like it to be warmer out. If anyone would like to steal the little hint of cold we get here in Florida, I would very much appreciate it. Your local fox is suffering. Mostly get low temps if it rains enough. Fair. It's been very rainy recently too, which is upsetting for me, chat. One sec. It's been very cold out recently, which is upsetting to me because these are my favorite boots and they're not doing so hot right now. I need to polish and condition them again because like the leather is not looking good. That is like so that is a sign of under conditioned leather that just really needs conditioning. It is dry, it is cracking, that is not good. And having these in the rainy weather has been not great. I need to condition and clean these like now. This one's not looking as bad, but this particular boot, he's not looking so hot. He needs a good polishing. Hello, Rage Scavenger, how are you doing? I need that cold out here, I need snow. I've never seen snow before, fun fact, chat. Chat, I have never seen snow before. Oh, why is the music so loud? Why did nobody tell me the music was so loud? What the fuck? Why did no one tell me? Bruh. Rain is a train that nothing to the but it runs. Nonetheless, I'm making y'all listen to Crazy Arms. I also like the cold for thunderstorms, miss them dearly. It does not snow where I live, and I have never seen snow before. Snow is nice and quiet. I think I would die if it snowed, given I have trouble going outside if the temperature drops below, like, 50. I have trouble going outside if it drops below 60. What am I saying? I think I would literally perish. I'll send my 18 Fahrenheit to anyone that wants it. No thanks. Keep that away from me. Remember walking in the 2019 Polar Vortex up here? It was so heckin' nice. Christ. Cannot relate. I would die. I would die. Oh, we did? I did not see it. My bad. I'm so sorry, chat. I might be blind. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I was having some technical difficulties there either, just given recent bullshit. I'm so sorry, chat, for failing to notice. My nervous system actually works properly in the outside cold, and for some activity, cannot relate. Cannot relate. Cannot relate. Cold weather is so awesome, ain't it, guys? I would die. Welcome back, Zelda. Hello, Rosio. How are you? You and I are opposite that context. I love heavy clothes and stuff built for cold, as opposed to the Fops' vests and tanks. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I am not built for the cold of winter. I am a critter who needs warmth. I perish when it gets too cold. I don't like how this looks, but I'm just, oh, I don't like how it looks. Fuck it, I'm redoing the I'm redoing the This is what happens when you freehand this shit, chat. This is what happens when you freehand this shit. I am a tank top enjoyer. I wear a lot of tank tops, so the cold and I don't get along. That said, I will wear this leather jacket in like 100-degree weather and feel nothing. I've done that before. I've actually had that moment. Like, okay. I get this thing where, like, I don't perceive that it's hot until I start getting dizzy. And I don't know what's up with that, but it's a thing with me. It's a thing with me. I will not notice that it is hot out until I am on the verge of fainting. I just don't feel hot. No, this is genuinely a problem I've had where I've been like outside and I'm like, oh, I'm feeling really dizzy. I feel like I'm about to faint. And then I'll look down and it's 110 degrees out. I'm like, oh, and I'm in a jacket. Do you not sweat? I mean, a little bit. Not more than I normally do outside. Just start feeling the cold to my flesh, start turning red. Okay, we're literal opposites. My body like just doesn't tell me, hey, you're overheating right now, but it sure as hell tells me that I'm cold. It sure as hell tells me that I'm cold. Don't know why. Whereas my skin will immediately tell me I'm in the sun. I don't know. I'm broken. Alright. Bro's a fire elemental. Yeah, what of it? Fucking love wearing sweaters in the summer and passing out because autism makes me barely feel heat. See, I don't know if it's an autism thing because I definitely feel cold though. Like, I very much feel cold. I feel cold so easily. I just don't feel heat. I'm half convinced half the chat is full of lizards basking in the heat of the sun on a rock in the middle of Texas prairie inside of a road, yeah. He might not feel hot, but he's hot as fuck. I am hot as fuck, true that. I am so hot, chat. I'm hot as fuck. I don't know, I'm just wrong. You know, I'm just built incorrectly, and I don't particularly mind that fact, to be perfectly honest. Bro, so hot he can't detect heat, yeah. Something like that. Alright. I'm the same, I feel cold constantly, but rarely ever feel warm even when profusely sweating, yeah. Built to run hot as you should, true that. I fucking... It is really interesting though, since starting HRT, I do notice, like, I sweat more, and I definitely run warmer. Like, my body physically runs warmer, which I've always been someone who ran a little bit warm. But, like, I wear one of these funky little things, and it has told me, hey, you're running warmer than you normally do. It's noticed that my body temperature is actually hotter than it normally is. Which has been interesting when I was already someone who ran warm. Like, I'm pretty sure my body temperature now, my just default normal body temperature that my body is running at is borderline feverish. Which is interesting. I don't think that's normal. Must be the bird part of AE, something like that. It's got that Intel PC build. I don't actually know. I think my CPU is AMD. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about computers, chat. I don't know jack shit. Yes, I'm a streamer. Yes, this is like a third of my income. No, I don't know how computers work. One thing I actually plan on doing towards the end of the year that reminded me, I want to give y'all a breakdown of like my income as a content creator because I think that transparency means something. Like I want you guys to have an idea of like what I make off of this. I can't give you guys too many numbers for TOS reasons. I will get in trouble with some of the services that I do make my money from if I am too open about the sources of my income. For example, like what percentage of it is ad revenue. But I think it would be a good and useful and meaningful thing for me to have some amount of openness with y'all about, like, I think it would be a nice thing for me to be open with you about how much I am making off of this, especially as it is my dream to go full-time, and that kind of gives everyone an idea of what it means to go full-time for this for me. And where we are in the progression of that, you know? It also means a lot to me, just as someone who's relying on you for that. I want you guys to know where the money that you are spending on me is going. It's not something necessarily that I don't know. I think it's a good thing for me to have on y'all's radar. Ball shapes to a bunny and steals AE's heat. What do you mean by that? I need it. Not spending in appropriate conditions is a symptom. But want to include other symptoms. But it's homocysteine be so hard. Okay, so I know why my body is to temperature regulation. For anyone who is worried about me, I am fully aware of the why. A lot of it stemming back to the fact that I was severely underweight when I was younger. I spent most of my teenage years being severely underweight. And when you spend most of your developmental time, you know, being underweight or experiencing other medical conditions, that is going to impact in the long run your body's ability to do what it deems as non-essential functions. Whatever makes you feel... This is going to be longer than I want it to be. I don't want it to be that long. I don't want it to be that long. Whatever, we're already here. Finally learned tonight where the phrase bodies upon the gears come from. Very nice speech. Wish you'd hear more speeches like that these days. Oh. But when you spend, like, too much of your life notably underweight, your body does shut down a lot of what it deems to be non-essential functions, which is going to include things like temperature regulation. It's just seen as something that's, like, not worth expending too much energy on if you are already struggling with maintaining your base functions. So that's why I do not maintain temperatures to a healthy extent. I do sweat, just, like, my body sucks at regulating its own temperature. That's why I cannot handle the cold. I think the heat thing might just be a matter of, like, I'm used to it, given I have lived in Florida my entire life. I have not left the state I live in nearly 8 years. I have not left Florida in nearly 8 years, chat. I don't really have much grasp on what it means to be anywhere else. Bodies are weird, though. I've never left my home state. That's fair. Heard the phrase years ago from Yumi. Yeah. That is a nice phrase. I definitely... How do I say? Well, yeah. I like those themes. Thumbs up. I like those themes. Sorry, I'm a little bit brain dead at the moment. A needs, like, a sweater to build in heater going north. Yeah, basically. I would not be able to survive the north. It's part of why I didn't go to MFF this year. I wanted to go to MFF, but it's in December. It would, first of all, have been a lot of money to expend, and I can't comfortably expend that much money right now. Well, I could, theoretically. I've saved up enough to do it, but I want to save that money for other events and occasions. But also, I knew it was going to be in the middle of the winter in a state where it gets very cold. I was not prepared for that. Haven't been to my home state in like 4 years. Cannot relate. The concept of, like, going anywhere outside of this state is really hard for me to imagine. Even though I'm planning a couple trips out of state next year, I'm really scared, honestly. I'm honestly really scared to leave the state, if I can be real. I'm hoping to leave the state for Offkai, at the very least, and it will be my first trip out of state in 8 years. And I'm scared. All right. Whatever makes... I don't like how this looks. It's too big. Chat, the text is too big and I don't like it. And it's like inconsistent in size too. Like, why is the R so tiny? Whatever makes... I don't like this. I don't like how it's looking. Mind if I ask you what your last trip out of state was? I will not be answering. You're so skibbly Rizzler coated? What does that mean? I want it to look very consistent, though. That's one issue I have whenever I work on my battle jacket. I want everything to look very, like, perfect and well put together. And I know that's a me issue, but here we are. I want it to look more consistent. I'm just gonna hope I remember what the letter S looks like. I say as there's a keyboard right in front of me that I completely forgot was there. I know what the letter S looks like. Chad, do you ever just forget what letters look like? Is that just a me problem? There's no way that's just a me problem. There's no way I'm the only person who just casually forgets what letters look like sometimes. Yes, it's a you problem. I don't think that's true in Forgettable Luncheon. Sometimes I have to remind myself what letters look like. I may have forgetting letters. To be fair, I might have dyslexia. That is a thing that has been discussed and potentially might be the case. I might be dyslexic. Don't mind me. Like, I think it's very instinctual to me at this point how I write a letter, but now that I'm, like, embroidering them instead of just writing them with a pen and paper, I'm finding myself having to double guess, like, what direction letters face and whatnot. I'm like, is this the correct direction that this letter faces? Alright. So we're almost done with our second word here. Which, this is going to be a little bit rough and annoying to tie, but we'll get it done. Alright, so now we go into the inside. Or some dyslexic people describe that. Yeah, I feel like that's probably, if anything, the why. Alright. Okay. That's the way it goes. Sometimes it goes so long without writing that I forget to how to write my G's and B's. No, I just kind of forget what direction some letters face. That might be a me issue. Speaking of AE, later when we have our next co-working time, have some big developments the last few days to tell you about. Okay, alright, exciting. You'll have to fill me in. You know I'm always down if I am awake. I have not been awake much recently. Chat, I'm actually so excited to work on my next video essay. I've been wanting to work on it constantly recently. Like, anytime I am not at my computer working on it, I'm like, I want to work on my next video essay. Which is a good thing. That is a good feeling. It's really nice to be that, like, excited about a thing. Alright, so we have whatever makes. Which, again, the text is a lot larger than I wanted it to be. I feel like the M is way too wide. It feels wider than the W. It's whatever. I'm gonna be up all night. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do tonight, unfortunately, because I have been awake since 3 a.m. But alright, so we have whatever makes, then we need you feel alive. Always face down in the deep end. There we go. I went to sleep at 3 a.m. See, I went to sleep accidentally at about 5 p.m. yesterday. Yes, it is a watch. I left my watch on today. What of it? I'm wearing my watch today. Hope everything's alright, Pyro. Yeah, I can wear my watch on screen, on stream. It's fine. I like the watch. It's a Fitbit. It records my heart rate and also my sleep. And it tells me that my sleep is not healthy. It tells me that I'm terrible at sleeping. It's a Versa 4. Alright. I'm sipping some coffee. No, it's a bad grade in EAP. Alright. Whatever makes... Alright. I'm pretty sure last time I did something like this, I was even, like, measuring out the space between fucking letters. This is way too big, but it's fine. I don't care. I care. I do care. I'm gonna end up redoing this in, like, a week. No, my sleep schedule has been not normal recently, but honestly, I'm kind of vibing with it. Part of why I hope to eventually go full-time is because it means I'm a lot more on my own schedule. I have the ability to kind of self-determine that, which is going to be a very helpful thing for a critter like me who does not like functioning on normal people hours. Probably good because I'm not people. But that's how it goes. Alright. Fitbit is good. I like it because it, you know, helps me keep track of my heart rate and my sleep. They can definitely be a bit expensive if those are like the main things you're getting them for. But I like having a device. I find it very useful to have a device that like tracks my heart rate and my sleeping patterns. Hello, Truth-Telling Puppet. We're currently embroidering some stuff onto my battle jacket right now. We're embroidering my favorite lyric from my favorite song by my favorite band because I'm seeing my favorite band live tomorrow. Hello, Royce. Hi. So we are embroidering the phrase, whatever makes you feel alive, by Pigeon Pit, from the song... Why am I blanking on the name of the song? From the song Keys to the City. How are you doing, Royce? It's lovely to see you guys. Royce is a wonderful mad scientist VTuber. Good buddy of the channel. I hope you've been well. Sorry for not being around much recently. We should fucking continue that one game sometime soon. I don't think we finished it, did we? We should finish that sometime soon. We should continue that. Might be a little bit easier. The next like week and a half is really hard for me, but we should figure something out. We should do that. I think I have a habit of getting a little bit overwhelmed with life sometimes, but I'd like to. How are you? How is everyone? I hope you're all doing well. I'm definitely a little bit frazzled and all over the place today, just on account of the sleep deprivation, but hey, we're here anyway. He cannot be stopped, chat. He cannot be stopped. Chat, do you guys remember when like a whole niche of YouTube shorts content was just people like reviewing and talking about watches, especially like art piece watches that don't actually function meaningfully or had like weird unique stuff? Do y'all remember when that was a whole genre of content? You take care, Plank. All the best. Blah, 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 blah. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. What was up with that? I remember that being a whole genre of content to a point where it got parodied at one point. I swear there was a whole, like, thing. For a while I didn't watch YouTube shorts, that's fair. This was like a while ago. This was a while ago. But I remember some like popular content creators even going as far as parodying that style of content because it got that big. I think it was like, I think it was Raid Shadow Legends situation. Was it? Probably. It probably was. But it was people just like reviewing artsy watches and the videos like performed well too. I kept seeing them. Just saw the funniest type of my username, Sage the Gun. You're a gun now. How do you feel about this? I think guns are cool. This is the song, chat. This is the song. Conversations away from all those prying eyes. I got a page, I got a place to be. Bearable cutters under my backseat. Call him the keys to the city. I call him the keys to the city, baby, yeah. This is my favorite song by this band. You got a shit-eating grin and a beer between your thighs. I could tell where we're going from the look in your eyes. Wherever I go, you stay with me wherever I know how it goes. I'm failing to remember the words. Apologies, folks. I kinda like this town the special way you know a city you only get by walking round. I wanna feel the cold that beats summer out of sight. Put a tall boy's eyes in the park at night. Just let the button on his Levi's cut into my thumb. I wanna feast you, baby. Give me what you... I made a copy of the key and let the world just make you a criminal when you really try to love someone. Hello, Luna. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I hope everyone's doing very good. Finally beat the main story of Haze a couple days ago. Congratulations. I adore Hades. What did you think of it? Hades is like one of my favorite games at this rate. I want to try and continue my 100% effort in it someday when I have the time. But it's a very, very meaningful game for me. It was one of the first like modern games I ever streamed actually, and I really loved it. I fell in love with that game hard. I'm sorry to hear that, Luna. What's up? I remember spending like 2+ years jumping to every new streaming site that popped up. I'm not surprised. I mean, of course, like, streamers that are already big are gonna just gather their audience together super easily, because everyone wants to... Okay. Chat, hot take. Everyone wants to commit piracy. No one wants to learn how to do piracy safely. So the way a lot of people do piracy is they just wait for other people to do the hard part and then watch that stuff for free on the internet via, like, other people streaming it or, whatnot. And so a lot of people will do the very illegal thing of streaming it themselves on websites to do the hard part for the small people and then benefit or profit. Because no one wants to learn the hard part of how to actually pirate safely. I want to be clear. Hello, Twitch.tv. Moderators, hello, Twitch.tv. I am not advocating for piracy when I say this. Piracy is a lost fucking art. The young generations don't know how to commit piracy anymore. Piracy is a lost art. When did the youngins forget how to steal content? The children of today have lost so much of their, like, computer literacy and tech literacy that they don't know how to commit theft anymore. We've lost the art of piracy. Anyway, moving on. So to finish the post-credit story, but I do love it. I have not finished the post-credit story either, to be completely fair. Janelfa don't know how to steal exactly. Timely convo with the Piracy Supreme Court case going on. Wait, what Piracy Supreme Court case? Give me a second. What Piracy Supreme Court case? I need to look into this. One moment. Piracy, Supreme Court. Supreme Court hears billion-dollar battle over online piracy. Oh no. Media groups as internet companies are liable for users' illegal downloads. Billions of people worldwide use the internet to illegally stream or download copyrighted material like music, movies, TV shows. The entertainment industry trying to crack down on American internet service providers for complicity in alleged crimes of their customers. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. So what this Supreme Court case is trying to do is trying to claim that internet service providers, so the people who give you your internet, that being maybe AT&T or Spectrum or whatever other internet service provider you use, is responsible for you committing piracy if you're connected to them. They're basically trying to go to the root of the internet and say, hey, piracy is your problem now, and try to shut it down at its root. It's very similar to all of this censorship stuff that we've been dealing with, where they're going to payment processors and saying, hey, payment processors, stop allowing NSFW art or services to be rendered via your stuff. They're literally, it's the same thing. They're trying to shut people down from the deepest root. That's really scary. That is extremely scary. That's extremely scary. Hello, Toxic Yowie. This is the first stream of yours I've made it to live. Well, welcome on in. Pleasure to have you. We're talking about piracy, how the youngins have lost the art of committing theft, and how companies are trying to crack down on it by targeting internet service providers. That's scary. This is literally the same thing as the situation where they're targeting payment providers to try and shut down adult content creators. Which is terrible and fucking evil. There have been multiple adult content creators who have been threatened with debanking because of the content they make. Debanking, by the way, for those who are unaware, basically meaning you cannot do payments. Visa and MasterCard and the major financial services that process all transactions will shut you out. That's what being debanked means. Scary. But welcome on in, Toxic Yowie. I am a Toxic Yowie enjoyer. How are you doing tonight? Listen, it's a fitting username for a community like this. Hello, Super Camborg. Hello, Skell Rider. Hello, Vexgal. Hope everyone's doing well. Lovely to see you all. Hope everyone is doing absolutely incredible. We're embroidering my favorite lyric from my favorite song by my favorite band onto my battle jacket right now. Big Brain thought, hey, it's been a while since the last cancer treatment, so I should be fine. Decided to work out until drop. Oh no, shit. I mean, I hope you feel better soon. I don't know a whole lot about dealing with cancer or cancer treatment and recovery, but hey, I'm wishing you all the best. I hope you're okay and safe. I'm going to assume that having a tumor removed is definitely going to, you know, deal some damage to the surrounding muscle and cells. And I'm hoping that's all it is. I'm wishing you all the best. That is scary. I love Toxic Yowie. Chat, I love terrible, pathetic men. Have I talked about my love of terrible, pathetic men recently? In that case will be thrown out. All the internet companies are whining about how it'll hurt them, which will annoy the shit out of the military, because it all ties back to them eventually. Let's hope so. Let's fucking hope so. Were you following Sopa and Pipa in 2012? I was not conscious yet in 2012. I'm gonna be so real with you. I was 10 years old. I was not conscious yet. 10-year-old AE did not know what a politic is. I'm sorry. Alright, sorry, that's really funny. I love hearing you talking about your love of pathetic men. I'm glad. I love talking about my love of pathetic men. 10-year-old AE did not know what a politic is. Toxic Yaoi is my username on pretty much everything. Feel so bad for my friends who've had people ask them who Toxic Yaoi is in their friends list. Listen, I think it's an incredible username. Peak. Good shit. I hope you mean it. Did you see my post in the Discord about wanting to bully men? I'm not sure if I saw it. I have been all over the place recently. I do read everything in the Discord, but sometimes I'm skimming, and I apologize when I miss important or interesting things. I promise I appreciate you guys and the fact that you engage with my community. It means the world to me. Talking about pathetic men has awakened interest in pathetic men in me. I'm glad. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. God, I love pathetic bullyable men. I want to bully men so badly, chat. Okay. I'm bullyable, ayo. Ayo. Also, I wanna give a special shout out. One of my favorite things when I talk about my love of pathetic men is when the trans stems in the room goes switching my gender to pathetic men for 5 minutes or something like that. I just find that very funny. I find it funny when the other queer people go becoming a pathetic men just for this particular instant. I find it very funny. Listen, I just want to take a toxic, terrible man and, you know, just break them a little bit. You know, I'm normal and valid. 100% cancer free now, was bored in the house and wanted to work out. I was really don't touch my body like that. No, and that's understandable. It's rough. I can't say I've had that particular instance, but as someone with a bad knee, I can relate to a certain extent about like, so I have the particular issue with like fainting and also having a knee that gives out on occasion. And sometimes I have the habit of pushing my body way too hard, way too soon. So there's an extent to which I can relate just to the feeling of having a body that will not do the things you want it to do. I'm so sorry. I hope you're fully recovered enough to work out properly soon. Talking about pathetic men, has anyone here played Dispatch? I've heard about it. A lot of people in chat have been talking about it. I have not played it myself yet. Are there good pathetic men in there? Because God, I love pathetic bullyable men. I'm gonna be honest, you can get me to do a lot of things by promising me pathetic men. Oh, here, so this is, it's auto-playing other stuff now. This is also a band I'm seeing tomorrow. I'm very excited. It's pretty much just Waterboy, understood. Heard about a pathetic man character, but haven't played it. I hate AI and the grifting to scam people out of real fully human-made art. I hate AI art as well. But actually, okay. So I'm working on my next video essay right now, you know? Originally I was going to be working on a video essay about protest, but I kind of burnt out on that video and spent way too long continuing to try to work on it even after I had kind of, like, lost my drive with it. But I've recently, as in a couple days ago, decided to shift gears, and I'm working on a video about a topic I'm a lot more excited about. It is about AI and the politics of death. I am very terrified about AI art, don't get me wrong. I am even more terrified by AI that tries to create realistic video and images. The more research I have done, the more digging I have done, I am far more terrified about AI trying to replicate real images and videos. Because while it is harder, it's not going to be very long until our news feeds are full entirely of AI-generated video and images. And that's going to be bad. That's going to be really bad. You think we have a misinformation problem now? It is going to get worse. AI art is terrible for the way that it is destroying the arts as a field. I think, though, the ramifications of the spread of misinformation we are soon to see is going to be even worse. Generally feel sick to my stomach when I see AI videos mimicking real life. Agreed. I see the, like, terrible ramifications of this a few years down the road. It's scary. It's not going to be long before, like, we're seeing entire news stories based off of AI-generated video spread around online. It's already starting to happen. And it's also not going to be long before something real and absurd happens that, you know, there's an interview where a politician says something absolutely wild, and people, when you post it online, start saying, no, that's AI, instead of taking it seriously. We're going to end up in a completely new age of misinformation where it becomes so easy to quote-unquote disprove anything, while also being so easy to just fabricate stories out of nowhere. And both of those are really bad. I've already seen people do that? Yeah. I'm scared. I've been fooled by, once or twice by AI. I feel physically sick when I realized it was able to fool me. I've been fooled by AI multiple times. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am of the opinion that it's actually really hard to distinguish AI images, for a lot of people. And that includes for me. There are cases where it's obvious, don't get me wrong. But I'll be so honest, I find it really difficult to tell when images are AI a lot of the time. I think it's a lot easier with audio, but I had a really scary experience recently where a friend was showing me some AI like music creation tools as a warning, basically showing us how severe it had gotten. I want to be perfectly clear, this friend was not like participating in AI music creation, was pulling it up and showing us these tools as a warning of how bad it was getting. It is scary how good those things are getting. Really, the only weak point currently with those tools are their ability to replicate voices. I'm scared. I'm scared by this shit. Fuck AI. I've gotten better at spotting them, specifically AI images, weirdly coincides with my increase in creation. Also fair. I still have trouble telling. There's a bar with me with an ungodly amount of pathetic men you can mess with. God, I wish I was near you. Unfortunately, I'm probably too far from you to take advantage of those pathetic men, but alas. Alright. So we're getting up to our color change here, the point where we're going to switch from white to red. I'm going to go over all of this a few times later to make it thicker, but we'll get there. Hello, Pop Tort Spinosaur. Got so paranoid because I'm worried I'm looking at AI video because I feel like I'm gullible. No, I get it. I get it. It's scary. I am genuinely afraid for, you know, I mean, it's already starting to happen, but I'm genuinely afraid for when it becomes more commonplace that, like, we're not even seeing real news anymore. It's just all AI generated nonsense. Can't AI read other AI stuff? Or can AI fool other AI? Sometimes AI can pick up on other AI stuff, but the technology is constantly improving in a way where it's like constantly just trying to leapfrog itself, you know? AI is constantly trying to get harder to detect. And as it continues to get harder to detect, it gets harder to fool itself. Or it gets easier to fool itself, rather. And the tools we use to kind of protect ourselves become less effective. So they try to, you know, beef up the tools we use to protect ourselves, which, again, it's a cycle. I've been doing a lot of research recently for my next video into Project December, which was an AI project. It was one of the first publicly available chatbots ever. It actually used a beta testing key that had been borrowed, quote unquote, for ChatGPT, I think 2 or 3. So it was like basically the earliest available AI chatbot, pretty much, or one of the earliest, and probably the earliest that allowed you to like make custom characters, for lack of a better term. And part of why it rose to fame is because of a case wherein a man replicated his dead ex-fiance in it. And that's a case that I have complicated feelings on because grief is a really messy emotion. Grief is an extremely, extremely messy emotion and experience that I think people are too uncomfortable to have like proper conversations about the impacted meaning of. I don't feel comfortable critiquing a grieving person for the actions they take while they are in grief. Going to be completely dead ass. What I think is terrible is the fact that in the wake of that news story going viral, Project December rebranded itself specifically into a service meant to replicate conversations with dead loved ones. That's what's gross and predatory and scary to me. And that is a big part of the subject of my next video essay. What year was this again? This was 2021, if I recall. 2021. Want to say my conspiracy theory I mentioned earlier? Please do. You stay true, spread the needle. Like the guy who did this, it's pretty easy to find if you look it up, but I'm not gonna outright name him. He talks about how it's extremely similar to him to like the letter writing exercises he did in grief therapy, and I do kind of agree with that statement. I think it is something that can only be healthy in a situation where someone fully recognizes the distinction between AI and reality, and if you're in any way prone to psychosis, raises my hand. I am schizoaffective. AE fun fact. It very quickly will veer off the road to unhealthy. But I do not think it should be an encouraged or normalized thing, not just because of the dangers of AI, but because, like, that is an easy road to psychosis. Also, welcome back, Zazie. It's a thing where, like, I can't critique someone for taking those actions in the midst of grief, because grief is a really difficult emotion. But damn. The dead person thing is so ghoulish. I've heard huge anxieties of people confiding solely in AI friends. Yeah. That's what concerns me. Um, a lot of people are a lot more prone to psychosis and similar thought patterns than they want to believe. Again, I'm saying this as someone who is schizoaffective. So I am very, very familiar with what it's like to be in psychosis, to experience delusions and whatnot. I think most people are a lot more prone to psychotic symptoms than they want to admit because it's seen as a bad, negative, scary thing. And no one wants to believe that they are capable of being quote unquote crazy. But if you are in any way prone to psychosis, AI will pull that out of you, will feed on that. And that is one of its biggest dangers. Disregarding for a moment any of its environmental impacts, etc., etc., that is something that definitely scares me. I know because I've had AI do that. I feel bad. So much of this is caused by the like capitalism created loneliness epidemic that we live in, because like the loneliness epidemic is real. The loneliness epidemic is extremely real. It is something created by capitalism intentionally to cage us. Please, if you have the ability to, go out, engage with your community, live. I'm not going to claim that it's easy. But don't let the system keep you in this fucking cage where you're alone. Hello, Rivy. Hi. How are you doing? There we go. Finally got it. That one took a second to thread. Chat, I think entirely in folk punk references. When I said that took forever to thread, I had to fight myself from making a reference to a song on this very album called Thread the Needle. I had to fight myself. People they don't want to acknowledge that people, so it's not that people just go nuts from time to time. All mental and honestly like the majority of physical illness as well, the majority at the very least, are literally just normal processes going to maladaptive extremes. The same is true of psychosis. It is a normal thing that your body and brain does as like protective measures gone to maladaptive extremes. It's just heavily stigmatized. Doing good. Basically nothing all day except to deal with health insurance market for 2 hours. Want to slip and fall on a fork? Bite them. Bite health insurance. Bite the health insurance companies. Only take 10 of them home so I can send the other? My god. I love pathetic men. I might take you up on that, Luna. Out of you. Alright. It's not that people quote unquote just go nuts every now and then. It's that like psychosis is literally a stress protective mechanism by the body. Psychosis is literally a measure the body uses to keep itself, or the brain uses to keep itself safe in situations of high stress. It's a coping mechanism. Hello, CJ. How are you doing? Need to actually watch your streams more often, but mostly lurking because genuinely forgot about trying to find my local community till you mentioned it just now. I love reminding my audience to like improve their lives by doing things like engaging with their local communities. Lolamau. Genuinely, like it's important, useful advice in this day and age. Life is a lot easier when you're not alone in it. Did I hear bite health insurance companies? Yeah, we hate health insurance companies. How are you doing, CJ? I fucking hate my job. This is the most recent Pigeon Pit album that I'm still trying to like memorize the lyrics to, but I love it. Sorry that I'm basically just yapping folk punk while embroidering right now. I'm doing good, glad to hear it. of the things that didn't used to be. My mother's hair is young and beautiful and white. I love you, I'll see you soon. Just one more kiss goodbye. You wanna go? There we go. And there's excuses. Gunpoint. There we go. Community, deeper down hole, old school. I don't want to go there, deal with that. There's community around you. You just need to seek it out. I was giving a whole ramble earlier around good places to find local community, and a lot of it's just finding hobby spaces or locations of shared interests in your area. I'm not gonna pretend it's easy, but like it's a worthwhile endeavor. If your entire local community literally like burnt down a school, there's probably a reason for it. And if it was the government of your city, well, that's a different story. Fuck them. Hobbies and punk shows are good places to look. Yeah, libraries are great. If you're into tabletop RPGs, go to your local game store. They probably have like a open table thing, probably on the weekends. There are spaces. Hello, Morgan the Shark. Thank you for the hydrate. Like there's places of community around you, and they are absolutely worth seeking out. Life is so much better when you're not alone in it. Having friends is pretty fucking cool, chat. Howdy, howdy. Oh, I just realized what I'm doing is off screen. We are embroidering into the hem of my battle jacket my favorite lyric from my favorite song by this band that we're listening to right now. Whatever makes you feel alive. Because it's the same people every day to keep the engine turning. I had a dream, I had a daughter. Hello, Araya, how are you doing? I also love my friends. Having friends is pretty great, chat. It's worth all the trouble at the start. Honestly, I'm happy to be where I am in life right now. I would say in so many ways, like I've said this before, 2025 has not been my year, but it's certainly been the best year of my life, and I'm really happy with where I currently am in life. Sometimes happier than others, but I would say I am really happy with where I am in life, at least for the most part these days. Sure, there are things that can be better, there always will be. But I really like the person I'm becoming, and I really like the people I'm surrounded with. I have met a lot of really cool people and also removed a lot of really shitty people from my life. And those are both wins, in my personal fucking opinion. So figuring out what a friend even means to me, and that's definitely a complicated thing. I know I have suffered at points in my life from having way too high a line for what I consider a friend. And that's not a good thing to have. I know it can be really tempting to have insanely high expectations of what you consider a friendship to be. I've had to learn the hard way that's a bad idea. I saw your message, Luna. I was just addressing other messages. There's a lot of that happens in chat, so sometimes I have to pick and choose that I respond to. Apologies. Alright, alright. But, like, you could have friends at your local game store. That's an option. What makes a real friend, then? For me, a friend is just someone that I feel safe around. That's how I've come to define friend. I used to put expectations, fuck off. Thanks for the bid, I guess. Fuck off. Thanks for the bid. I'm not interested. Like, no disrespect to the Christians in my following. Y'all are valid. Live your best lives. Don't project that shit on me. Believe whatever the hell you want to believe. You have my full support and love. Don't push that on me. You know? Respect that I'm like a pagan adjacent disaster critter, and I will have full respect for you, and we are good. Yeah. Just like some religious shit. It's how it goes. Grasp the thread is red? Yeah, because I'm putting emphasis on this word. Alright, where was I? Oh, there was a message I wanted to read from Luna in regards to a school getting burnt down. Because a kid thought it would be funny to stash an ungodly amount of fireworks. Drunken person thought a match somewhere in the school. That sounds like a couple of people in your community fucking up and not your community as a whole being bad and being scared of your entire community because of the shitty actions of a couple people, especially a kid. I don't know, that sounds sad. Sure, there might be some people in your community who aren't doing their jobs right or who are making dumb choices, but it's not represent the whole of your community. Like, you know, anywhere you live, there's going to be people who commit murder and people who harass others. There's going to be bad people who make bad choices. Well, I honestly, I wouldn't call anyone necessarily a bad person because I don't necessarily believe in people being inherently evil or poor. But there's going to be people who do shitty things. I don't believe in shitty, or rather, just because there's bad people in your area who have done bad things does not mean the whole of your area is bad. Used to be black and white about friendships, ethnic gradient. Oh, right, that's where I was. Yeah, so in my past, I used to put expectations around, like, how much I needed to interact with someone to call them a friend, and how close I had to be to interact with someone on that level and whatnot, and I was very, very protective and reluctant to call people friends. And I've gotten a lot looser with that more recently, and I found I'm a lot happier with it. I've started to consider a friend just anyone that I feel safe around, in whatever capacity. And there's definitely a lot of cases where I yearn to be closer to people. That is a thing I'm very prone to, but I think that, how do I say, I think that ultimately I'm a lot better off being more willing to call people friends, even at further distances. Thank you for the follow, Pop-Tart Spinosaur. It can be really tempting to feel like your friends need to be the closest people in the world, but they don't have to be. Friendship is allowed to be agree, it's allowed to be messy, it's allowed to be stronger some weeks than others. It is allowed to shift and change in shape and form. It's allowed to come with rules and boundaries. Yeah, let friendships be non-conforming. I think that's real as hell, actually. Okay. Sorry, this got messed up and I'm trying to fix it now. Hello? Fix. Become Fix. Hello? I hardly know ya. I fucked up. No, no, undo, undo. Why are the stitches so tight now? Don't do that. I don't like it when you do that. It's good enough. We'll just have to deal with it. They're all gonna get tighter later. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Me and my family are doing something with the kids in our neighborhood where we're managing a mailbox for Santa and writing letters back if they include a return address. I love that. That's cute. What you doing? Doing some embroidery. I fucked up a little bit, but I'm just gonna leave it. It's gonna be sloppy and messy, and I'm planning on going over this a few times, so whatever. It's fine. Alright. I'm gonna make these lines a lot thicker, so they're not just like one off. But what this reads in total, whatever makes you feel alive. It's my favorite lyric from my favorite song by this band. And I'm seeing this band tomorrow, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see them. They're an incredible, incredible band. I might go over this like one more time. Especially, I might just at the very least go over the Alive. I want the Alive to be thicker and easier to read. I'm planning to eventually go over the whole thing a few times. Just make it all a lot thicker, but we'll get there. This is Pigeon Pit. The band is Pigeon Pit. Let me back to my old self. Actually, I definitely need a longer... Well, I don't want to waste it. We'll only get like 1 or 2 goes with this much thread left, but that's fine. What terrified me is they stopped firemen doing their job, like everyone besides me, because of hiding in the house. I don't think that's... I genuinely don't think that's reason to be afraid of your community. Like, I don't know what you mean they stopped the firemen from doing their job, but, like, I don't know. I don't really see how that's a reason to be afraid of your community. Unless they were literally like, no, do not put the fire out. Let the school burn down. Like, I don't think that's a reason to be scared of your community. And I think life gets a lot easier when you let go of fears like that. I could be missing some big piece of context, don't get me wrong, but, you know. Okay, this is what I was afraid of. This, where it, like, looks kind of, like, raised and shitty because it's uneven in its tightness. That's what I was worried about. Oh, yeah. I have an Ace of Wands reverse patch, because it's a tarot card that's very important to me. My battle jacket is just a testament to all the things that mean something to me, you know? Okay, I do have an idea for how I fix this. It's going to be a little bit complicated and also messy, but we're going to give it a shot, alright? We're gonna give this a shot. I've already shown it off. It's got a compost and training back patch. In this Days and Days patch I made a few years ago that I need to redo because it got fucked up in the rain at Fest. At this point, I don't really care. I'll do a proper tour of it someday, but not tonight. Well, I must go now. You take care, Highlime. All the best. Oh, it's always sad seeing folks head out. I do want to try and finish this bit of embroidery tonight, but also that's going to be way too much to do in one stream, you know? But yes, the Ace of Wands reverse patch, because it's a tarot card that haunted me for a number of years. And then I escaped it. I would love to see the chainmail you're making, Highlime. Absolutely. Thank you all for putting up with weird DIY stream idea, because I've been wanting to do more DIY stuff on stream, but I always get nervous that no one wants to see it, you know? I always get nervous that it's not a type of content that would interest people. Because I know it's like, it takes me a little bit away from my yapping, but also keeps my hands busy, and I like that. I like having my hands busy doing things. And it's stuff that I'm passionate about, so. I thought it was supposed to be an hour of stitching. Yeah, that's how it tends to go. You might like making budded chainmail. Sounds like something you would enjoy. Oh, I probably would. What does that tarot card mean? So the Ace of Wands reverse, it is a card about stagnancy and delays. It is, you are in a state of a lack of movement. Things are stopping, are not, yeah, basically, whereas the Ace of Wands upright is about beginnings. It's about starting something new, and whatnot. The Ace of Wands reversed is a card of, a lack of motion, of stagnancy. One of my decks refers to it as a card of decay, which I also think is incredibly powerful. It's a card that means a lot to me because it showed up to me during a point in my life where I had basically given up on creation. I had stopped making things for a period of nearly 2 years. That's when it started haunting me, early COVID. And it stopped when I eventually started streaming. For me, it is very much a card about taking the risk to create again. About finding joy in making things again. Do you have any resources where you can read about reverse cards? I've only heard about it here. Most, like, tarot websites that, like, list tarot card info, so, like, I mostly use Biddy Tarot, a lot of people also use Labyrinthos, will also include reverse meanings. Like, most resources, that talk about tarot card meanings also include reverse meanings. Hello, Bloody Canvas, how are you doing? Luna, my pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Am I, like, weirdly delayed? Is there a weird delay between me and chat right now? We have lost a few frames, but not that much. I'm full of pizza and made of eep. That is so real, Bloody Canvas. I love this for you. I wish I was full of pizza. I don't want to be made of eep. I want to eat less, but I would love to be made of pizza. I would love to be just full of pizza right now. There's a delay issue? Alright, cool. Thumbs up. I get worried. I've been worried about that with my little internet issues recently. Labyrinthus reminds me I still drool over their golden thread deck. It is a very pretty deck. But at this point, I have 4 tarot decks. I have the hand cam out. I can show you guys my tarot decks. I just dropped all my medication. One sec, we're putting this away for a second. So this is my main deck. I told myself when I got a second deck I wasn't gonna get a fandom deck. This man called for me. This man, I told myself I was not going to get another fandom deck because my first deck was a fandom deck, and fandom decks are cool and all. But I wanted something that was a bit more, like, authentic. And then I saw this guy, because I had specifically been looking for a card that had, like, a black and red motif. This man called to me. I saw him and I went, that is my next deck. And when a deck calls to you, you know there's something correct there. You want your deck to be one that, like, draws you in some capacity. And this one absolutely drew me. I felt so incredibly drawn to this deck, even if it's a fandom deck for a piece of media I've never consumed, to a point where I've considered checking out Diablo. What did Darkwood Writer say? One sec. In any case, I've never played Diablo, but, you know, it's really, really good at it, actually. Hell yeah. I've never played, but it's an incredibly pretty deck. He is beautiful. Like, look, Temperance is another card that has haunted me a lot, specifically Temperance Reversed. I'm actually working on a album. I'm working on an EP, which I'm calling tentatively the Ritual EP, which is all about tarot. Every song is based off a tarot card that has meaning to me. He is still extremely direct. My monthly tarot reading, I haven't really talked about publicly yet, but was very on the nose. Tarot cards haunt you. I will have cards reoccur for me for, like, weeks on end. There have been a handful of times where I've had cards show up in, like, every other reading I've done for a month straight. The Ace of Wands showed up in half of my readings for a period of 2 years. Cards reversed doesn't necessarily mean they are negative, it just means they're kind of like a twist on whatever the card normally means. So, like, the King of Swords typically refers to a leader. The King of Swords is very, very much embodies leadership. It is an extremely driven, masculine-coded individual who employs, you know, a great deal of control. Whereas the King of Swords reversed is too controlling. A leader who goes too far and is over-controlling in their effort to maintain the situation. Of course, I see the Queen of Swords. That's not a useful one. I'm trying to find another card that is, like, useful here. What's another card I can rant on, like, the upright and reverse of pretty easily? Oh, it's my beloved, the Ace of Wands. Upright, the Ace of Wands is about new beginnings, a new project, a new start. Reverse, it is about delays. It is a card of, a new start. Rather, it is a card of delays and stagnancy, a lack of motion. Trying to think an interesting sort of talk about what's okay. Here's an example of one where the upright is negative and the reverse is positive. Actually, the Five of Pentacles upright is about poverty. The Five of Pentacles reverse is about recovery from those states. Pentacles are generally associated with material means, so money, physical health, material goods. So the Five of Pentacles is poverty, but it can also be like, you know, oh, your health is about to decline, etc. In some way, in some kind of material, physical state, you're going to experience decline. But when it is reversed, it is about recovering from said states. Talk about the World, if you please. The World is the final card of the Major Arcana. It represents the end of a cycle. When reversed, it is a cycle that is not yet complete. So when you pull the the world upright. The easiest way to explain it is just it's the end of a cycle, being the last card of the major arcana. Meanwhile, the Fool is the beginning of a cycle. The Fool is the start of a journey. And then reverse, it is this isn't over yet. Yeah, no card is truly good or bad, but I would say if I were to pull the Five of Pentacles, I would freak out because it generally speaks to poverty. And given I was recently homeless, I would freak out a little bit. I do consider that to be a negative card. So that's Diablo. Bye, Luna. Take care. Give me a second. I need to find the rest of them. All right. This is June. June is my first deck. June was the first deck I ever got. She is also a fandom deck. And some of you will hear the name June and immediately know what fandom this is. It's Homestuck. So she got the name June because one time I was talking with a friend and we decided, you know what, we are going to we're gonna like each pull a card about what our decks think of each other, and this friend, they pulled the Empress in reference to my deck, and we're like, as half joking, I think your deck is a girl. That's how she got the name June. She was my first ever deck. She's very soft and gentle, whereas Diablo is a very direct. He reads as like older punk. Was there a reason why you name your decks and use gendered pronouns for them? Not everyone does that. I personify my decks. It brings me comfort and allows me to kind of connect with them better. It's not going to be something that everyone does. It's not really typical in practice, but I just find that it helps me take their advice better, and have a working relationship with them. They also have personalities. They 100% have personalities. Sorry for ad, folks. I will resume my yapping when the ad is back. Or I will speak when ad is over. Beneath the dead dog laying out in the hot summer heat. Trading all my regrets. I got a couple. Y'all can see that I don't know how to shuffle. Nice deck, bro. I know, right? Y'all can see in real time that AE does not know how to shuffle. I never learned how to shuffle cards, and I'm too gentle with my decks because I don't want to damage them. I never want to like bend a card or scratch out the art in any capacity, so I'm just extremely gentle with them. I normally shuffle this way, and just do that a few times. They're very nice decks. That's me with my Pokemon cards. Give me a second. Give me a second. Draken, give me a second. So I have not actually unpacked my books since I escaped homelessness. My books are all still in storage. Or sorry, my binder. Yeah, so my books are all still in storage, including my card binder. So most of my fancy cards, I actually haven't had time to sort through all of these in a while. I kind of grabbed as many as I could before I left. But I do have a binder with most of my nice cards. I do have a binder with most of my nice cards. So here's the thing, sleeves are gonna make it harder to shuffle cards anyway. But I do have a binder with most of my fancy cards. But this is everything I could grab on my way out during the homelessness saga. I want to get back into the hobby someday when I have the money. I love Pokemon. This is, three. Yes, it is Homestuck. I'll get back to that in a second. Sorry, we started talking about tarot. Someone mentioned Pokemon cards, and I'm like, oh, you have no idea. This is not my whole collection. You don't know. Alright. I'll put the Pokemon cards down for later. We can talk about that later. So I was asked why I name my decks. I like to personify my decks a lot. It helps me kind of connect with them and take their advice better. And I will say tarot decks have personalities in my experience. Every experiences I have had with a tarot deck has been very indicative of the fact that they have strong and relatively consistent personalities. It helps me better take their advice, better like swallow what they have to say, better connect with them when I think of them like friends. They have names, they have personalities, they are figures in my head. I don't believe that tarot is telling my future. I believe it is like basically a means of assisted therapy. It gives me the ability to externalize what I am feeling and externalize the advice I am being given. I am not going to perceive anything in the cards that I'm not already thinking. If I see a card and I interpret it some way, it's because that is already something that is on my mind as a possibility or as a recent event in my life. It's because I already know that in some capacity to be true, even if I don't want to hear it. But yeah, this is my Homestuck Tarot deck. This is June. She was my first deck. She is very pretty. I don't use her all too often these days because I mostly use Diablo. We love Diablo. But, you know, she means a lot to me. She was the one who always threw the Ace of Wands at me. Now this was my third deck. This deck was a gift, actually, from Necromantic Chef. It was a rehomed deck, because Neko used to use this deck, but just doesn't really do so anymore, doesn't really practice anymore. So it was handed off to me. This is Scratch. Scratch is the enabler. I've talked with Scratch a few times to have a read on their personality, and I talked to Neko about it. Neko was like, yeah, that's accurate to how this deck always acted. This is the Ritual Abuse Tarot. It has like relatively unique meanings as well. So the like meanings associated with these cards are not one-to-one with traditional tarot. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I like to give at least some respect to the meanings provided alongside a deck. Yeah, Necromantic Chef used to be into tarot and rehomed this deck to me. Hi, Pizza. How are you doing? Yeah, it's a quite pretty deck. Scratch is, though, the enabler. Don't talk to Scratch unless you want it to feed off of your emotions and probably encourage you to do whatever it is you already want to do. If you know you're spiraling and having unhealthy impulses, don't talk to Scratch. You're not going to get good advice. I one time while I was actively had a breakdown, while I was actively having a breakdown about whether or not I should pursue music again, asked Scratch if I should pursue music, and Scratch said, this will be your downfall. This will be the death of everything you love. And I'm like, Jesus Christ! No, it's not a Warhammer deck. Scratch is the dick. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Pizza. I'm going on a side tangent about tarot in the middle of a DIY stream, because that's what we do around here. This is my newest deck. I got this deck for $10 at a flea market. It is a traditional Rider, or yeah, it's a Smith-weight, Rider-weight deck. So it's a most traditional of the decks that I have. It was cheap at actually, I think it was $5. I'm pretty sure I got this for $5, actually. It was like $5 at a flea market. And I wasn't gonna pass that up. Scratch is in the tarot deck. This one does not have a name yet, and I'm still kind of getting a read on the personality and whatnot. But it's very traditional as far as decks go. Do you ever talk to most of them about something? Yes. I do occasionally, yeah. Usually with bigger readings. Diablo's my main boy, but you know, you do what you gotta. But yeah, this is an extremely traditional tarot deck. If you know tarot, you've probably seen this card art before. It is the traditional deck that is like most common in the modern day. Nothing wrong with that. All right. But those are my decks. I gotta give tarot a try again. I'm very attached to it. It's a very big part of my life. I do a Celtic Cross reading every month at the start of the month, and I will just periodically, usually once every week or so, end up doing a reading for other reasons, because I find it useful and therapeutic. Gotta go dealing with headaches? No worries, all the best, I hope it gets better. Thank you, Mighty Lawrence of Shorts. Now talk about Pokemon? Okay. So, I'm really into the Pokemon trading card game. I've always loved it. And I briefly got back into it a couple of years ago. I do have a card binder that has a lot of my fancy stuff, but unfortunately that is still in storage because I never actually unpacked it after I, like, you know, stopped being homeless. But I do have a couple tubs full of just random assorted cards that I rescued before the homelessness saga. I would love to get back into Pokemon table or trading card games someday when I have the resources. It's just a very expensive hobby, but like, I have a lot. Oh my god, it's Giovanni's Machoke. What about Digimon? I like Digimon. I like the TV show. I did not know there was a trading card game. Did not know there was a trading card game associated with it. But yeah, it's not like I keep mine in pristine condition or anything. A lot of the ones I have here are old cards, though I do have some Paldean Fates lying around somewhere. I think they were Paldean Fates. I think I have some Paldean Fates lying around somewhere. All in my binder, but you know. I got a lot of older stuff as well. Welcome back, Pancake. I talked a lot about tarot and showed off all 4 of my tarot decks, and I was also showing off my Pokemon card collection. I have a lot more than this. This is just what's not in storage. I really, like I said, I actually considered putting some Pokemon cards up on my throne as part of the Christmas thing. Because I put up a bunch of new stuff on my throne for Christmas for anyone who wanted to buy me a Christmas present. Or a congrats on being 1 year out of homelessness present. And unfortunately, like, they're all sold out right now. Yeah, I have a card binder of some of my nicer stuff, but it's currently in storage because I never unpacked it after escaping homelessness. Do you play the trading card game? I would love to play it. I just collect right now. I would love to play someday. Currently just a collector. Not even really a collector currently because I'm too poor for that. Chad, I need this twink obliterated by bottles. Do it yourself. Chat, now that I have a hand cam, if anyone were to ever buy me a thing of Pokemon cards, I would do a stream opening them, just saying. Content. Anyway. Thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. Alright, where were we? We're kind of like buffing up these lines a bit, making them thicker and more readable. I just can't believe anyone would want to be with me. Alright, let me get those hydrates. Thank you for the curse of scuff. I am drinking actual water. I do have an energy drink here, but I am drinking actual water. I promise. I also have a coffee. Don't ask why I have both a coffee and an energy drink on my desk. The answer is I forgot that I had the coffee when I opened the energy drink. Hee hee. It's gonna be different, oh yeah. I'm pretty utilitarian when it comes to my caffeine, to be honest. I'm like, as long as it gets in my body, I'm good. Oh yeah, if you ever want to know what redeems do, feel free to ask. This curse of scuff just makes me scuffed. I do think there might be a delay on stream. I do apologize, folks. We have been having some minor internet hits every now and then. Hello, welcome back, Zelda player. If you can braid your bark bark bite bite onto it somewhere, that'd be very cute. I do want to eventually actually make a battle jacket that is like entirely me themed, if that makes sense. Like put some custom patches that I make based off of, you know, my branding on a battle jacket and have that. I probably won't wear it very often, but got Pocky, hell yeah. The fucking streamer said my name I'm making the VOD is so fucking funny given how small of a streamer I am. I can't wait until I'm so big that's like a genuine thing that people say. I can't wait until I'm so big that people are genuinely like, oh my god, my name got mentioned, I'm making it in the VOD. I can't wait until it's like a genuine remark. It will be someday. Same, but my caffeine's betrayed me, gave me a tummy ache. Oh no! Is it I'm gonna fucking die disease? I'm so sorry. I'm what I needed. Bathroom tiles carved into my knees. I'm so sorry you're suffering from I'm gonna fucking die disease. I hate tummy aches so much. I am very prone to tummy achy, because I have a stomach disorder, so like I get you. No. Chat, I'm gonna be a big name streamer someday, just you wait. I'm gonna make it. I have the audacity needed to make it that fucking far. Paranoid defense. This Pokemon says Terra makes me wonder which card represents a minor coat Wobbuffet. A mirror coat Wobbuffet. What's the Uno reverse of Tarot? So I've considered taking some of my, like, excess Pokemon cards and trying to make a Pokemon Tarot deck out of them, actually. I've thought about it. I'm sure someone's made, like, an actual Pokemon-themed Tarot deck as well, but, like, I would love to just take some of my excess cards and somehow find a way to tarot them. But it'd be hard. I'm not a big name streamer, Pyro. Not yet. Goal number 1, live off of this shit. Goal number 2, be big enough that people recognize my name when you talk about me in public. I did actually have the experience one time, a couple months ago actually, where I was at an event. I was at an event a few towns over. And I start talking to this gaggle of queer people, and I start talking about, like, the fact that I started transitioning a few months ago, and I basically start listing off the same shit I talk about in I Don't Regret Girlhood, and one of them narrows their eyes at me. They recognize me from my video based on my fucking talking points. That right there is what we in the business call winning, chat. Alright, that's the end of this particular thing of thread. That's scary. I don't know if I have more red thread. I don't know if I have enough red thread to get this project, actually. That right there is what we call winning. By the way, chat, we're about to hit 100,000 views on that video, and I'm scared. I'm still waiting for someone to like post a link to that video on like Reddit, on like one of the trans Reddits or some shit. I'm still waiting for that to happen someday. I don't know how Reddit works, so someone else would have to be the person to do that. But like, I want to see what Reddit thinks of it. If it got posted on like r/trans or some shit, I think it'd be funny. That said, no one feel obligated to do that. I want shit like that to be naturalistic, you know? A friend sent me a video that featured you since they recognized you from talking about you before. Does that count? That counts. That's a win. I'm gonna have to get a lot more red embroidery thread soon. That's gonna be annoying. Come on. Thread the needle. You're halfway to 200k views of that video. I mean, true. I'm gonna be so real. Blowing up on YouTube is so anxiety inducing, though. Blowing up on YouTube is like incredibly anxiety inducing. How did this shit happen? I'm talentless with sewing. It's hard. Threading needles is honestly the worst part of it, though. Chat, it's the song. It's my favorite song by this band that has this lyric in it. Do you know which locks get left unlocked? Of the bar, found a better spot to hold our treasured conversations away from all those prying eyes. I got a place to meet. Bolt cutters under my backseat, call him the keys to the city. I call him the keys to the city, baby, yeah. It's a song with the funny words that make my brain go burr, chat. You got a shit-eating grin and a beer between your thighs. I can tell where we're going from that look in your eyes. Wherever I go, it stays with me, no matter how far, how long it's been. 40 stories down, see how far I can spit. I kinda like this town, the special way you know a city you only get by walking around. I want for the cold that leaves summer out of sight. I found a tall boy's eyes in the park at night. You queer, punk, anarchist, and cute, what'd you expect to eat? Probably to be suppressed by the algorithm. Kinda wanna figure out how to make a plushie? Do it. I've made plushies before. One sec, I'm gonna grab my boy. I'm gonna go find my boy. One sec. Where is he? Where's my boy? My bed's a mess right now. It's my boy! Alright. Ah! Shit! So I need you guys to understand that I made this guy back in like... I made this guy back in like what? I would have been like 12. No, I would have been at least 14. I would have been at least 14 when I made this boy. I made this boy like a decade ago. He's a little bit ratty because one, I made him myself. Two, I made him a decade ago. And he has not ever been patched up or resewn. And I never gave him feet because I wanted to make them out of vinyl that I had. So you can see he's a little bit ratty. He needs some fixing, but I love him. Pat, 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 pat. I just pricked myself on the needle. But I have made a plushie before. This is like my 3rd ever sewing project, you know? You can do whatever you want. Why do you sound so funny when you fall over? Because everything goes wrong and I start to panic. Because my pain is humorous. I like plushie material for now, but maybe soon. What did you broke? I knocked over so many items. I knocked over so many things. Lieutenant Child, you've got no legs. So what I wanted to do is fun fact, I used to cosplay Red Glare, from Homestuck, and I, like, made the entire costume myself. It was my 2nd ever sewing project to make that entire Red Glare cosplay myself. And my plan was, because I had a lot of leftover vinyl, because I bought like 3 yards of the shit, I was going to make him a vest and boots out of the vinyl. And I never did that. Red Glare from Homestuck. It's Terezi Pyrup's ancestor. Because I felt like I was too tall to cosplay Terezi. Because everyone headcanons her as short. Also, I do appreciate the subreddit suggestion. I feel like it would fit very well there. The issue just being that, like, I don't know how to use Reddit, and I would prefer it if someone else posted my video to, like, the trans Reddits. Because I don't know how to do that. But I kind of also want it to happen naturally, you know? Does it have a name? Is he 2nd command of the Ashen? No, that's Fennel. Fennel's 2nd command of the Ashen. Alright. Were you one of those Legacy Homestuck fans? I've been into Homestuck since 2016. So I'm not quite Legacy. I was actually... No, not Latula. Red Glare. Different character. The Ancestor. I mean, technically it is Latula, but it's you know, Latula in Terezi's timeline. To me, Reddit is simply something that exists and is sometimes mentioned on YouTube. Yeah, that's fair. Like, they are the same people in different universes, but they're still kind of different characters and that they function completely differently. Like, yes, technically that is Latula, but Latula in a different universe. But nah, fucking Reddit is just a website I don't know how to use. Been lurking, making dinner. Almost saw Pigeon Pit for the opener a few weeks ago on the West Coast. Don't know much about... Didn't know how folk punk they are. Definitely missed out. They are my favorite band. Also, welcome on in, Perpetual Cow. Hope you're doing well. They are my favorite band because they're incredibly folk punk. They're less overtly political than a lot of other folk punk. Though their most recent album is like their most political work yet. It is very political. But they're extremely folk punk. I love them. I'm seeing them tomorrow. I'm really excited. Hence why I'm embroidering my favorite lyric on my battle jacket right now. They're definitely a worthwhile band. You definitely missed out. I hate to be like that. You definitely missed out. I love them so much I could yap for hours about them. They're such an important band to me. Can we backtrack a little? How come there's such a title as The Ancestor? What do you... huh? Huh? I feel like I missed something. In the street I got... No, The Ancestor. Different word. Incredibly different word. And extremely different word. Extremely different word. I see the hole down in link fence. I'm gonna find me a place to rest. I seen a hole down in the fence. I'm gonna run until my head makes sense. My steepest apologies, you poor thing. You poor thing. Chat, I'm just so folk punk brained right now. I'm very excited because in the next couple months I'm going to be seeing you know, of course tomorrow I'm seeing Pigeon Pit, and then I'm seeing Pigeon Pit again on Thursday. Cuz I fucking love them. I'm seeing Apes of the State in January. I'm seeing Sister Wife Sex Strike in February. I'm really excited. There's a lot of folk punk coming to my area in the near future. And we've had such a drought of folk punk since, like, we've had a big drought of folk punk since Days and Days. It's really lovely to see. I guess we did have AJJ. That was quite lovely. I had to crowd surf to Children of God, but you know. Listen, we're not going to talk about incest and Homestuck, guys. We don't need to have that conversation. Homestuck is a webcomic that sure happened. Get left. I love how it's playing this song again. Away from all those prying eyes. Under my backseat, call him the keys to the city. I call him the keys to the city, baby, yeah. Alright. I just get so incredibly excited about folk punk, being perfectly honest. Folk punk just makes me so energized. It's my everything. I can tell where you're going from the look in your eyes wherever I go. It stays with me no matter how far, how long it's been. Just a way you know a city you always get by walking round. Alright, one sec. I need to fix my thread. All that midsummer out of sight. This was supposed to be like an hour or two of stream chat. Try to love someone. Please? Please work with me. Jackie's got a six-pack and another place to go. Another rooftop conversation, tell ya what I've been thinking about. Kansas City's just as big as the field behind my house. Our tower only we know. Come on. Thread the needle. Come and Get Me is my workout playlist. It's a very good song. All my love to Confession Kids. If anyone needs some Florida-based folk punk, go give Confession Kids a listen. They're an incredible small folk punk band out of Gainesville, Florida. I adore their work. I'm gonna also be seeing them tomorrow. Very, very excited. I cannot wait to say hi to Quill again. Last time I saw Confession Kids, or rather specifically I saw Quill Darling live, it was really funny. I was with a bunch of my friends, and Quill just kind of walked past me and said, hey, first name. Casually. Just, hey, Archivist. And all my friends were astounded. So my living floor. Alright, there we go. I threaded the needle. I did it. Let people look like shit under these gas station lights. Plot twist, they watch the stream. I would be shocked. Genuinely. Quill Darling, if you're here, I'm scared. Quill Darling, if you're watching this, I'm terrified. I fear you because I really look up to you as a person. Quill darling, if you happen to be watching this, why? Would body from bees. Alright. This is gonna take me all night. Oh no. I'm realizing how long this is gonna take me. I'm gonna be playing an all-nighter working on this chat. That's a problem. Yeah, see, I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up gaming this stream, because I want to game this stream. I'm very, very much enjoying the games that I've been playing on stream recently. I don't know what I'm gonna be playing tonight if I do play a game. I expected this to take me a lot less time than it has, but I keep adding to it. Which, you know, a personal problem, I guess. Problem of my own creation. I could stop at any time, but now I need to make the entirety of the word alive match, you know? Do you just want to, like, claim that I punched you or something, Pyro? Because, like, no shame. Thank you for the hydrate, Aloe. I'm gonna be honest, if one of you did walk up to me in public and go, hey, AE, punch me right now, I'd probably be too scared to do it. Thank you for the hydrate, Aloe. Talk down to me over the phone. But it's one you can't escape from. Like cartwheels on a gravel road. Do 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 do. I need to redo the Days and Days patch. It got rained on during the AJJ show, because it was an outdoor show. And it's looking worse for wear because of it. I'll fix it eventually. My body falls apart again. I see, asking your favorite VTuber to punch you in the liver for love of the game. Pasadena, Portland, Oregon, where you dig your holes and watch your life unravel day by day in semi-precious stones. They glitter under black lights and tabs of acid. Alone. I'm gonna let this be sloppy. I've been too obsessed with making this neat. It's allowed to be sloppy, chat. This is your reminder, chat, that I bite people at furry conventions. Half joke. Only with consent. I do bite consenting parties at furry conventions. Okay. I'm gonna have to go find more red thread soon. I know I have more, or I hope I have more. I'm gonna have to go buy more red thread next time I am at the craft store, though. Anyway, signs that I hid behind, I had no idea. I really hope they played this song. I really hope they played this song tomorrow. I was passed out on the tracks when I had thought I heard the train. Through the thick and thin, we were thick as thieves and we were close as kin. Alright. got bite chub scars on my scars on my knees that I put there myself. I don't know how you manage that. I feel like the self-preservation would eventually kick in for me. Red Thread, like the video game, I need to actually play like Red Dead Redemption 1. I want to do that on stream eventually. I want to have cowboy hours with you, chat. I want to have cowboy hours. Maybe I should expedite that up the list if it's not like owned by someone that I can't play games by. I think Rockstar's safe, right? I think Rockstar is currently safe from all of the ongoing boycotts. I hope so. I'll have to do my research and check. I don't wanna hurt you. Right now I can't help but ask you, do the dead grow older too? Being 10 years old, I like to think they do. Okay, what has Rockstar been doing, Zazzy? Update me on what Rockstar's been doing. Because, like, when it comes to the boycott stuff, I typically boycott anything involved in, like, Israel and Palestine. Or rather, anyone who is supporting Israel. Slipping my speech a little bit there, but you get the gist. Oh, you're fine, Pyro. You're fine. I think Rockstar have a union busting scandal recently. Disgusting! Chat, here's your reminder. Unions are fucking great. We love unions. The issue, see, the frustrating thing about being into video games is at a certain point you have to boycott everyone because all AAA companies are doing shitty things, and then you can only play indie games, and we love indie games and whatnot, but I'm a retro streamer, so it kind of becomes a problem really quickly. You know? Pretty sure there's the class action lawsuit coming soon because of it. Jesus Christ. Now, see, this is the thing that sucks to someone who primarily streams retro games. Because at a certain point, like, basically every AAA company has dirt and just doing dog shit bullshit. And there's only so many indie options from the early 2000s. That fucking sucks, because I'm very attached to Red Dead Online. Red Dead Online is a game that's really important to me. Rockstar's always had a weird union hatred. God, I hate that. Like, again, I'm not surprised. Because every AAA gaming company is doing garbage. But here we are. Had to go do things. How's the battle jacket going? It's going good. We are vibing. We are making progress. Slowly but surely. Battle jacket time. Then you gotta do it yourself. I'm doing some funky stuff to try and really highlight the letters here, and I'm probably gonna run out of red thread before I can finish the word alive. I need to go buy more red and white thread soon, but you know, it's worth it probably. Not gonna lie, indie games are the only good part of the games industry. It's been that way for 20 years. I don't fully agree, but I do partially agree, and I think that's unfortunate, especially as someone who primarily streams retro games, because I'm really attached to the early 2000s as an era. I think it sucks, because I want to stream those retro games, but it's really hard to when so many of these companies are doing so much bullshit. You know? That's the concern for me. Red Thread Redemption. Dost thou lack the red thread? I'm running low. I think a lot of studios started out with good intent and passion and made great shit, but got bought out or money interests got them. It's a capitalism problem ultimately. Like that's the issue with most of these companies is a capitalism problem. There's a lot of fundamental issues with the gaming industry as well that are being, you know, exacerbated by capitalism. That's the thing. A lot of people like a lot of our social problems really do just kind of come down to capitalism. I hate to say it. That doesn't make them any better, but it's also very fucking true that like so many of the issues that we're dealing with and struggling under are literally just, you know, symptoms of capitalism. And a lot of people aren't willing or ready to admit that they are in fact symptoms of capitalism. Do the dead grow older too? I like to think they do. Alright. But it is a complicated notion, like as someone who wants to not support companies who are doing terrible shit, but also primarily plays retro games, like it's a minefield that I'm living in, you know? It is a unfortunate minefield trying to play retro games as a content creator who wants to like, you know, not support companies who are doing shitty evil things. I'm not gonna pretend that it's not. I have to make a lot of hard choices about what I play sometimes. There's a lot of things I want to stream or that I end up avoiding because of, you know, wanting to stand by my politics. And that sucks. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't, but I'm still going to do my best to abide by them as often as I can. What about dead companies? Those are usually fine. What's your definition of retro games? So I call myself a not quite retro streamer. I play things from anywhere from 1995 to 2015. Those are my bounds for what I stream usually. I do occasionally step outside of that range for like viewer requests. And I prioritize things from the 2000s. Alright. I definitely prioritize things from the 2000s. Dead companies are usually fine. Oh, chat, one of those lyrics in there just hurt me. That's the thing. Like, one thing I do feel bad on the whole issue of game dev companies as well is like typically the developers and actual artists working on these games are good intentioned people who just want to make art. And it's the companies and the executives who are doing all this terrible shit. And I don't want to ignore that. I feel so bad sometimes punishing those developers who just want to make good art under the conditions that they are in. Uh, and are stamped out or have their visions halted or otherwise damaged by these big fucking companies that just care about money. I think it's sad. I'm drunk and you are beautiful. This is a bus across America. I will not hear from you within the month. I know that's how it goes. Come on. Work with me. Come on. Or I love you. Up to 2015, well, if you're willing to play RPG Maker games, Japanese indies, you'll probably die before you end up games. I have played a few RPG Maker games, a handful of them. But there's still things that I want to play, you know? And it sucks. Up glass that I am looking for. I'm mad about this here, but I don't know how to fix it, and I'm kind of lazy. I don't know what's up with that. That's so weird. It's whatever. We're at home. You know what? I'm gonna do something that I shouldn't do. There, it's fine. Orange County nightmares of stagnancy. What do you think you'll play in 2026? I'll be honest, I haven't thought that far ahead. I have no clue. I have no fucking clue what I'm gonna play next year. There are a lot of things like the issue just being I don't really know what's safe, and I need to look at what's on my list that I'm excited about and is safe because I haven't done a good job keeping up at that, and I don't know what companies own what games. Being completely honest, I don't know who owns what games. So it's going to take a lot of research and time. I'll probably put up some polls as well, helping me decide, because I like having y'all's input on that. I like knowing what you guys are excited to see. I'll be honest, I've been very, like, horror-brained recently. I want to play horror games, but I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, so I haven't been going out of my way for it recently. Haven't played a proper horror game in years. I love horror games. I love spooky season. I love getting to I love horror games because they kind of force me to think and face the worst of humanity and challenge me like mentally. I love that. I love the adrenaline as well. I am a tiny bit of like an adrenaline junkie, just a little bit. Just a normal amount of an adrenaline junkie, chat. A very normal percentage of adrenaline junkie. Been getting more interested in horror, partly as a result of your Silent Hill F streams. I need to get back on Silent Hill F. That was one of the games we were supposed to stream tonight, but now I'm busy, distracted doing this. And I am very hyper-focused. I'm very hyper-focused on the embroidery. I have been enjoying Silent Hill F, but I'll be honest, I don't enjoy it as much as like classic Silent Hill, and that kind of sucks. I like classic Silent Hill better. The themes of it, the story of it is great, but just gameplay wise, I don't fuck with it as much as I fuck with the original Silent Hills. I'm enjoying it, but it does low-key keep getting me a little bit frustrated at the game that it doesn't feel more like a traditional Silent Hill, you know? And that sucks, because, like, I really do like it. But it's getting held back from me a little bit by the fact that I'm so attached to, like, the style of the early games. And I don't want that to be the case, but here we are. All right. Every time he talks about games he likes, I keep wanting to see him play Shadow of the Colossus or a Sonic game. I do want to play Shadow of the Colossus, but I feel like it's going to be such a big, long playthrough from everything I've heard, you know? I definitely want to play Sonic games, though. Sonic, I feel like I would love. I would love Sonic. Seems like very much the case with Silent Hill F, which is really sad because the story is so good. Yeah. I'm glad they have the easier difficulty now at the very least. That's made it a lot easier, but oh my god, the puzzles are infuriating too. I'm like, who thought... A lot of it is translation issues. A lot of it is just the puzzles don't translate well into English. Because it is a game that's very based in Japanese culture as well. So you have to think not only about the actual translation, but the localization. And I would say they're doing their best with everything they've got, but a lot of things just don't transfer. Hello, Dragdun. How are you doing today? We're DIYing tonight. Back to the car, in the back of a car with your jacket in my arms. Nothing smells like your lipstick and talking shit on tall boys over tall cans in the dark. Second chances, like decolonizing my relationship with myself and with my art, with the capitalist ideal that's productive. From each other's sunlit bodies. Love you, remember me. Probably something I could never do. It's nothing too bad. It's just embroidery. It's not hard. It's a little bit intimidating because, you know, sharp object. But I promise it's very easy. In fact, I'm being very sloppy right now. I'm giving myself the room and space to be a lot sloppier than I would normally let myself be because, like, it's on my battle jacket. Sloppiness is kind of part of the aesthetic. Also just added Signalis to my Steam wishlist. Signalis is so good. Signalis is so fucking good. I love Signalis. I want to get the rest of the endings. This song is Tall Cans by Pigeon Pit. I'm currently just spamming Pigeon Pit right now because y'all can't stop me. It's my stream. It's a chill DIY night. I always feel a little bit weird going off schedule, but I'm letting myself follow the serotonin. Alright. Something I haven't learned yet. It's super easy. In fact, my first ever embroidery was this. This was my first ever embroidery. I promise you, it's not that hard. I did that back in 2020. At the record store. Thank you for the stream streak, drag done. Enough some steam. Alright. Looks nice. Need to work on my battle jacket. Currently just collected patches and mats for it. So valid. This particular jacket, all the patches on it are ones that I've made myself. For my pants, I let myself include like patches made by other people or for like bands and whatnot. But it's my goal with this jacket to make every patch on my own, which is why it's been a work in progress for 5 years. Someday I'll finish it. Someday. I still remember the day I put my first patch on this thing. I'm gonna get it done. I must now retire to bed. Good night. You take care. I wrote Shadow of the Colossus, now I'm just giggling at how Shadow of the Hedgehog and Shadow of the Colossus smash up. Someone should do that. There's probably a mod for that or something. I'd be surprised if there wasn't like a mod where they put like the model for Shadow of the Hedgehog and Shadow of the Colossus. Alright. So we got the L. Ah! There will be an ad hitting soon. I'm gonna spend the ad searching for more red thread and hoping that I have more, because I want to finish this. You know? Back if you've got mine. That's another lyric that lives in my head. I've got your back if you've got mine. It's so small but so powerful. I read your lips. They said I've got your back if you've got mine. There's a reason why that's the phrase on so much Vision Pit merch. Alright. Okay. Cool. So we just need to do 3 more letters. Yay! Liquor tips, chain smoking, binge watching Netflix. We've got the whatever makes you feel alive. I'll probably eventually like make the letters on all of the words thick, but I'm gonna need a lot more white thread if I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna probably make a craft shopping trip sometime next week. All right. Have a couple patches I made it myself and a few I got from people much better at it than me. I need to get more band patches at this point. I make and sell patches, fun facts. Hee hee hee. You can buy them on my merch store. There are archivist patches. They are all handmade. I made a lino print cut and I just stamped them and then like correct them by hand. Alright, I'm gonna go find some more red thread. Where are you, red thread? Red thread, where are you? Alright, yeah, it's white that I'm currently running out of. Good to know. I have plenty of red, I'm running out of white. That makes sense. Alright. Red thread. Beautiful. Alright. So far I found is a mod that changes Sonic into Shadow for Sonic Unleashed. Don't know why that game wasn't starring Shadow to begin with. Rest in peace. Alright, I hope y'all are enjoying this, even if it's a bit odd for my content. You take care, Booped, if you're getting some rest. Take care, take care. I hope this is enjoyable content, chat. I hope this is enjoyable, top-tier, peak AE content. I need to archive my VODs, don't I? That's a problem for future me. So fun? Hell yeah. I'm trying to currently thread some bees on my rat tail in the background. You guys make a YouTube VOD channel? I do have a VOD channel. I do have a VOD channel. There is a VOD channel. That exists already. I'm just really bad at remembering to put my VODs on it. I forget a lot. So, there's probably a handful of VODs that never made it on there. There's a link to it in the Discord and the rules channel. I have all of my links in there. That's the way it goes. Do you like this type of content? It's nice seeing an artist in the process of doing art. I just feel really like this makes me happy. This is a comfort space for me, and I hope it is for you all as well. Because I want to make content that is fun for me, but also fun for you guys. I definitely get insecure about how interesting this is, but I'm glad it's enjoyable. I'm glad it is. I feel a little bad sometimes about the fact that I work through games so slow, but like y'all will just have to be okay with that. Y'all are just gonna have to be okay with the fact that games take me forever to get through. That's never changing. I'm built like this. This is just a fact of AE. Do, 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 do. AE being the type of creator that spends way too much of his time yapping and getting distracted. That's just going to be a feature of the content for as long as I am here. We'll get through games when we get through them at our own pace. I'm gonna make a for the new year, like a bingo thing for like goals next year, and one of them is gonna be like complete 10 games or something, but it's not gonna happen. I'll probably make it like complete like 6 games, knowing my track record. That's the only thing that I ever want to smell. Embarrassed, but I've sleeping after you for hours. Alright. That's the only thing that I ever want to smell. I need to find new games and shows to obsess over again. We'll share them when you do. Do, 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 do. Should I put brown sugar into the shredded cheese and canned chicken in the burrito? No. To be fair, I've made worse culinary choices. I'm a very bad cook, but no. Been here the entire stream, still having a great time? Hell yeah, Katie. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. This community means the world to me. Thank you for giving me the space to be a weird, loud punk bastard. We'll actually play some games next year, I swear. We will. Watch all of Infinity Train because Zane recommended to me it was fire. I still need to keep watching it. I need to. All right. Okay. Of all the small factories that line, they're beating all the vice. Burrito can have a little sprinkle of brown sugar with some salt as a treat. I mean, I've put sugar in food before for the hell of it, but you know. Whatever food combos you make, I've probably consumed worse. Poverty and HRT will make you do weird things. Does it still count as pigeon pit if there's only one part mourning dove critter in the pit? I think so. There's still a pigeon in the pit. Pigeons and doves are just the same thing. In case anyone wasn't aware, pigeons and doves, same thing. Over, Milo on over. I haven't held their hand since early October. They ginned it back and it smelled like sweat and the diner they worked at. That just sounds good, Groggy. You're putting chocolate on a thing that's chocolate. Patchbot, let's fucking go! I-5 to get even more high than this. Doves are just pigeons that had a bath? I mean, real and true. A lot of people I know hate chocolate or Oreos. I have never met anyone who hated chocolate. That's a new one to me. Like, to each their own. I believe it, but... Does HRT give you weird cravings, like a sort of pregnancy-esque thing? It makes me crave protein. I'm also constantly craving fruit, probably because I don't eat enough fruit. I crave fruit so often, actually, as well. But I'm pretty sure that's like a vitamin deficiency. I will say, like, HRT has made me hungrier, has made me want to eat more. So that's why I've gained, like, 10 pounds. Which is a good thing, given I was underweight before. Not that there's any, like, you know, necessary good or bad value to weight gain or loss. It is just a part of our being that I think should be, it should be completely normalized, that we fluctuate in weight. and that there's no such thing as inherent healthy or unhealthy. But yeah, it will give you like teenage boy puberty cravings, so it's a lot of like junk food and a lot of protein. Yeah. Like the whole oh, trans mask buys a whole rotisserie chicken and eats it in one sitting in the dark. That's a thing. That is a trend. I haven't done it yet, but supposedly I've known some people who have. Trans masks in the chat. Don't know how many of you there are. Not many. Have you ever bought a whole rotisserie chicken and eaten it? Specifically trans masks who are on HRT. For science. Cottage cheese moment. Yeah, I've been eating a lot of cottage cheese. I've started using cottage cheese as like a dip recently. I don't even like cottage cheese. I just fucking crave it and then I buy it and I'm like, damn, this shit tastes like shit, but I want it. This shit has terrible texture and tastes like nothing, but my body wants it. This shit is so ass, I say, shoveling cottage cheese into my mouth like a gremlin. Alright, we got this. Do the swimming pool. Bodies gasp for air. Just isn't there. Questions I don't ask. Had a period where I was craving eggs constantly and I hated eggs my whole life previous. I love eggs. I love eggs so much. I fucking love eggs. God, I love eggs. Been consuming chocolate-covered almonds, chocolate protein drinks, chocolate protein bars. Recently out of pickles that I used to hate. Interesting. It's a salt deficiency because spiral makes you pee. Yeah, it's a thing. Congratulations, trans femmes. It's a pickle. I do love pickles as well, I will say. I put pickles on fucking everything. But that might be the pots. AE unhinges his jaw and swallows egg whole. Yeah, I would do that if I could, 100%. I would pull a snake and just eat an entire egg, like, straight, raw, if I could, chat. You don't understand. Alright. Nah, eggs tasty, chat. I want to put eggs in my mouth. I love straw so much, it makes me feel like a butterfly drinking nectar. That's a new one. Hello, Groggy. Hello, Old Man Windbreaker. Hi. How are you doing today? We're doing some DIY stuff. We were supposed to play a video game, but it's been over 4 hours and I'm still working on this. We're making progress, though. Don't do this to me. The thread keeps getting tangled. Please, no. How did you do this to yourself, thread? No. Okay. You have an egg in the chat? Yeah, and I would eat that egg. I'm sorry, egg priority. If you were in the same room as me, you would be going in my mouth. And we're just gonna have to agree that that's okay. We're just gonna have to agree that that's good and chill, okay? I'm a fox. I can't help my animal instincts. Make an egg emote. I would love an emote that just like has an egg in my mouth. You know? Just an emote where like the same way. Okay, one sec. Fox egg in the mouth. Don't ask like half of you wouldn't love to be cannibalized. Don't ask like half of you wouldn't let me cannibalize you. Okay, I needed an emote where I look like this. I need an emote that just looks like this. Just me with an egg in my mouth. Just super proud of my egg. You know? Just an extremely happy AE with an egg in he mouth. I would love an emote like that. That'd be peak, actually. When posting that egg and memes for me to use? Yeah, one sec. Ain't no brook, ain't no vandal. I'm currently being told. So I have a friend in my DMs who's telling me about a pathetic man, and asking me if I would bully him. And the answer, if you are listening, is yes. Oh my god, let me break him. Let me destroy him. Gray, if you're listening, let me destroy him. Had a table to give me 4 rounds of refills. They didn't tip. Fuck yourself, matching Punisher shirt couple. Kill them. I'm listening. Alright, cool. The Punisher shirts with a sign you would hate them. Yeah, literally. Unfortunately, I think most retail employees can vouch for this. It's pretty easy to tell when a guest or customer is going to be terrible. Unfortunately. It is pretty easy to tell when a guest is going to be a problem. And unfortunately, this time of year, especially if you work in tourism, is when all of the assholes show up. This is also true in the streaming world, by the way, as well. This is the time of year where you get like the Christian conservative assholes who tell you to come to God and act like that's a valid way of tipping you and shit. Throw back to that one guy who popped into chat about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago, who like donated a bit and went, "Please come to Jesus, say amen." And I'm like, all right, thank you for the 1 cent. I do not care. Again, like no hate or shame to any of my viewers who may be Christian or anything adjacent. You're so fucking valid. I'm not. I'm not. What if you opened your hands and we get you holding an egg? Egg. People do that on random streams? Yes, it happened like a couple hours ago. It happens pretty regularly as well. I will just get like random viewers like come to Jesus who are purely targeting me for being queer. And it happens in person too. But it's a thing. I've gotten targeted with a lot worse stuff for being trans. I was doxxed and harassed to the point of an FBI investigation at one point. So it's not like the worst thing I have, dealt with as a content creator. And being a queer figure on the internet. Why this time of year? Because it's Christmas. I don't know if there's any particular like actual evidence behind this, but it's like my personal observation that generally the Christians get a lot more aggressive with pushing it around Christmas because it feeds into their persecution complex. Eh. But yeah, there's always an uptick in it this time of year. Hang in there, all retail workers, and food service workers, and really just anyone who does any kind of like customer service. Just hang in there. Anyone who has to interact face to face with customers, and isn't like a obviously cis het white person, good luck. I've had like I've known people who have been told like, oh, come to Jesus, Jesus loves you, etc. because they have colored hair and shit. They will very much target you if you are visibly queer, or like weird. You know, for lack of a better term. Never celebrated it, but still it's everywhere and somehow just absolutely forget it exists. No, completely fair, understandable. I don't really celebrate any major holidays anymore. I just don't. I'll sometimes join in celebrations with friends, but as far as my personal life goes, like I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I don't celebrate Christmas, I don't celebrate any of it. I do my own little thing for some like Celtic traditions, but that's about it. Buy, massage, or step two, name it Jesus? That's a really good. Yeah, Jesus sure does love me, and I love him too. What about Halloween? I celebrate Halloween, sure. I suppose I do celebrate some holidays in that case. Fair point. Pretty much the only form of holiday celebration because other people are involved and there's free food. Yeah, same, basically. Oh, not another one. We were just getting into a conversation about it because I was talking about just giving my appreciation to all of the retail and customer service workers this time of year because oh my god, they're gonna be deep in some shit soon. They're gonna be like this time of year it always gets worse. Even like as a streamer, I'm expecting to see at least one of those bots to stream for the next while. They don't bother me. I've experienced worse. I've been doxxed and harassed. I was investigated by the FBI. Uh, there's really nothing anyone can do to actually get under my skin as a content creator anymore. You can't hurt me. It's very very difficult to get under my skin as a content creator to actually emotionally or mentally impact me. I'm very like okay goodbye deletes message bans at this point. A handful of times I've been hit with the come to Jesus BS. They return the same energy. Usually makes them panic. What do you say? I'm curious because I might be able to use some comebacks. I don't typically put up with trolls at this point. I used to like tolerate them a little bit more and like shoot back and try to be silly and troll them back. Uh, I used to. I don't have the patience for it anymore. I have an audience to entertain. So unless it's a really opportune moment or I have something really interesting, I usually just ban on site at this point. But when I worked at the grocery store, we all agreed the holiday season was always hard because the full month of Christmas music. That is also a thing. I'm just wishing luck to all the retail workers these days. Nothing is under my skin. Tattoo artist, is that a challenge? I mean, I do want to get some tattoos. I have been thinking about getting tattoos for a long time now. And I might finally do that next year. I might finally do that. Upside down Ace of Wands tattoo? That'd be a nice one. That'd be a nice one. See, I've had a couple ideas for a few years now. One related to like a dagger on my ankle. I'd love to. I feel like I really need to think it through, which is hard, but Thank you for photoshopping an egg into my hand. I love this. This is so good. All right. We're making progress. Depends on the specific, but I usually try to turn the path of redemption onto them. I think it's just taking the tone of a concerned priestess parent that messes with them. Interesting. And this is our howling. I love Pigeon Pit so much. I'm so excited to see them. Chat, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be like the day of my fucking life. I have no plans tomorrow aside of like pre-gaming with some friends. And then going to this show, and it's gonna be incredible, and I'm so excited, and I'm going to get very high. One thing I've heard you can do to get Jehovah's Witnesses to leave you alone is say, "Oh, I'm excommunicated from the church, so you technically don't talk to me." Interesting. I don't think that's gonna work for the everyday folks, but probably good advice. Huh. Dude, I better get pics, of course. I love the egg image. I don't know what you're on about. The egg images are so good. Blurst. Blurst is accurate. Alright. Genuinely, the memes that you guys make make my week. Sometimes I get in this headspace where I feel like I'm not a good content creator, or I feel like I'm failing, or I've fallen off and whatnot. And one of the easiest like cures to that is just to open up the fan content channel and look at all the fan art and memes that I get. They genuinely do so much to like make my day and remind me that like I have an audience that cares about me and I'm doing meaningful stuff that impacts people. Because I do have moments where I feel like, especially compared to where I was, 4 months ago, I feel like I have failed. Like I'm not doing enough. And just knowing I have such an incredible audience behind me who supports me, who loves what I do, who is inspired by the shit that I create, like that's everything to me. Thank you for that gift. I literally had a moment the other day where I was feeling really shitty after canceling a stream. I needed to spend the night focusing on YouTube content, and I'm glad I did because I made a lot of progress on my next video essay. And I ended that night feeling like the most creatively capable I had in a while. But like just taking a moment to open up the channel and look at what y'all create inspired by me, like fixed everything. I felt good, really good. Thank you for enabling that, chat. This community means so much to me. Conversation reminds me, once had an older guy ask me if I knew Jesus while I was with my family in the buffet place completely out of nowhere. I was the only person he did that to. For all I know, it might have been because I had longer hair and sleeves of my shirt had a pink stripe on them. Possibly. I do find the people I know who are queer or visibly not normal tend to be the most targeted. The shit that people feel okay saying to me in public when they can recognize I'm trans is wild. Like people, I've had people feel like it's in public, feel like it's their duty to try and save or correct me because they notice I'm trans in public. And I'm like, I'm just trying to survive the day. I am just trying to get through the day. Like, buddy, come on. Have you heard of my Lord and Savior, this random rock I found in my backyard? Have you heard about my Lord and Savior, a brick? Because it will fucking help us in the revolution, chat. This brick will help us later in the revolution. I put more faith in this brick than I do in any god. I'll find a way to represent myself in the memes that isn't just with the letter D on it. Nah, you're appreciated regardless. I hope you know. The brick is a surprise tool that will help us later. Outside the record store. See, what we need is for someone to draw a druid. Closest I've gotten to someone at work bringing their trans child once they knew I was trans. That's cute, though. That's cute. I think a situation where, like, oh, you're a trans person, I have a trans kid, let me show you them a trans adult so they have, like, a role model and something they connect over. I think that's cute, even if a little bit maybe misguided. You know? I think that's cute. Oh, bringing up, I still think it's cute to be like, oh, I have a trans child. Like, it's weird and a little bit, like, it's well-intentioned. That I don't mind. I'm like, I don't know what to say about your trans kid, except I hope they end up happy. Parents will find any excuse to talk about their kid, yeah, and I think that's real and valid, because, like, for a lot of parents, like, the center of their life is their kid, so I get it. I think that's fair. I don't blame parents for talking about their kids a lot when that's, like, the center of their life. And it should be the center of their life, because that's a living human being that they are helping to grow and foster. I don't mind hearing about people's kids. And from others I've heard a horror story, oh, you're trans, wanna fuck? Chasers are an experience. As a trans mask person, I do with, like, okay, because most of the time when people talk about chasers, they talk about the kind of chasers that target trans femme people. There are also chasers that target trans mask people that are a little bit different, and I find it very funny. Because, like, the kind of chasers that target trans mask people, there's a couple of varieties of it. It's, but the main two are, one, cishet men who are desperate and perceive you as a woman, but they just are so desperate that they, you know, will target you, and pretend to respect you and say that they're bisexual for, you know, the desire, again, out of desperation. And two, lesbians or bisexual women who go, oh, you're like a man but with the soul of a woman. Chasers are people who specifically target trans people in dating. Chasers are people, and they're not necessarily always cis people, but usually cis people who target trans people, like, to date. So, like, the common, like I was saying, the common varieties of chasers you'll encounter as a trans mask person are, like, cishet men who say they're bisexual because they're desperate and they still perceive you as a woman, but they want to get laid, or cis women who are usually either bisexual or lesbians and go, oh, you're like a guy but with the soul of a woman. And a lot of that comes down to a fear of masculinity. I've been in the situation a few times where, like, people have been attracted to me because I was, like, an accessible, non-threatening type of guyness, and I'm like, okay, here we are. But that's how it goes. Hello, host. How are you doing? Barper bye bye. Like a lot of that, I'm gonna be so real, comes out of an unwillingness to deconstruct unhealthy constructions of what masculinity and maleness are. But you know, I'm so sleepy. Meows that you go to bed. It's an appropriate sleep time, host. You're allowed to rest. Home to Ovations, all I ask is hold me for a while. I need to record? Oh my god. Bruh, dumbass. No rest not allowed. God damn it. Just to clear, chaser is typically a derogatory term, yes. Like bear in mind, there's a difference between being a chaser and just like having a preference for dating other trans people. Um, it is typically used in a negative context, though. Yes. Times full of towny pride and half-assed rats against the government, cause who isn't 86 from Ralph on Olympia in spring? Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Whoops. My beef and I also often joke that I'm a chaser. Yeah, it's a common thing that people will joke about when they're in like those kinds of relationships. Because I have a comically long history of dating trans people. I mean, also real. Remember one guy that was like, I'm not into that, but you look really good if you were strong? This guy so drew a lot of Wonder Woman. Oh, he was absolutely into that. He was absolutely into that. He just didn't want to be emasculated. So many guys refuse to admit that they have like certain kinks or preferences because it makes them feel less masculine to have those kinks or preferences, and I'm like, dude, literally just like admit to yourself what you're interested in and you'll be so much happier. Like if you want to be domed by a muscular woman, that's totally fine. Ouch. Hello, Scarf. Am I too servant only be interested in dating queer folk for safety? No, that's different. Like I think as a like queer person or as a trans person, it's a bit of a different story. Um I do think there are times where it's unhealthy or limiting, but for the majority of cases, like it's a different story when other trans people specifically want to date other trans people, you know? Chasers are people who fetishize queerness. I And I do think sometimes as an LGBT community we can do that. But it's a different story. It's more complicated. Like we're not immune to this stuff just because we're queer. I think that's an important thing to note. We're not necessarily fucking immune to doing harm to our own communities as queer people, but like only wanting to date other queer or genderqueer people for safety, because you're scared of, bullshit from outside the community, that's understandable and relatively common. Good thrifting today and actually got stuff is where I find a spot, with stuff for tall beans. Hell yeah, congratulations. As a fellow tall person, I know the pain. I am very tall. See, okay, for men's sizes, I'm relatively middle of the road, but I have to get things that are made for, like, really slim people because I'm, like, underweight. Um, but so okay, buying men's clothes is hard for me because I specifically have to get things that are made for a slim, lanky build. Uh, Getting women's clothes is near impossible because I am too tall. I am 5'10". How is your spine? Not great. It sure is a spine. It's doing its job. This album has been killing me recently, chat. I've been planning to do a tier list of like my favorite albums that released this year that I've like listened to in full. So not like my favorite albums I've listened to this year, specifically my favorite albums that released in 2025 that I've listened to. And this was initially gonna rate relatively low, but the more I listen to it, the more I fall in love with it. It took like a few listens for it to properly start hitting, but it has been hitting really hard. And my god, is it an intense, beautiful, deeply poetic album. I'm used to Pigeon Pit being relatively like poetic, and difficult to parse for folk punk. That's kind of always been the case with them, but this album especially, like it's a lot to parse, but my god, does it hit. If you were an egg AE, would have consumed you. Exactly. I consume eggs. Eggs go in my mouth. I mean this in like a food way. Just to be perfectly clear. Though, like, if you want to interpret it in a different way, you have my permission. Vor mentioned, yes. In what other way could it be interpreted? Don't think too hard about it. If it wasn't obvious. I thought it was obvious, but I'm also, like, so deep in it. I can't escape the vor. Listen, you walked into an AE stream. Were you expecting there to not be vor? It's an AE stream. Do you like boiled eggs or deviled eggs more? Deviled eggs. I am a deviled egg enjoyer. Some streamers crack eggs. AE swallows whole. The eggs are going inside my mouth. Running from closeness or distance. Have you heard of a musical Transients by Synwave? Or Sinewave? I have not, no. I'm not sure if that'd be my style, but it'd be down to look into it sometime. My mouth finds their shape. I'm not gonna die here. I love Pigeon Pit. As you walk away, the distance gets clearer. It's a house up in flames. Thank you, World Hero, for the follow. I will say, okay, an interesting thing I was thinking about earlier. When I started HRT, I kind of just expected my voice to shift downwards, kind of on its own. And that has not been what has happened with HRT, actually. Now, bear in mind I'm someone who voice trained before I started HRT, so I am used to speaking at the bottom of my register. And especially because I had taught myself to speak at the bottom of my register, I kind of expected my voice would just naturally shift to, like, fill the bottom of my register. That has not happened. I've actually been finding that I need to, like, manually continue to push my voice down to, like, fill this new open space. Hello, World Hero. Hope you're doing well. Especially when I'm singing. But welcome on in, World Hero. Hope you're doing good. I'm not cute. I'm handsome. And pretty. No, I know crook. Especially when singing, though. Like, I still find myself singing, like, up here. You know. When I know I can sing in a more masked tone now. No part of an organization. It's weird as fuck. Why does it sound weird? It is weird. I'm having to manually fill up the new space that is opening, which makes sense, but here we are. No, I know crook, I know vandal, just poured one out from a can of Campbell's. Do 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 do. Now anytime that I'm feeling lonely, I just head to the street with some minestrone. I got some kitchen solo. Please, officer, you gotta believe me. It's soup for my family. No, I know crook, I know Ando. Just pouring one out from a can of Campbell's. Cool, handsome, marvelous you are. Thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. What are you up to? We're just doing some DIY stuff. Alright. Please, officer, you gotta believe me. It's soup for my family. No, I know crook. Yes, this is a song about soup. It's also a song about throwing cans of soup at fascists, specifically. Do you guys remember when there was this thing in the headlines about like, oh, there are like leftists showing up to the border pretending they're bringing soup for their families, but they're actually throwing it at border patrol. That's what this song is about. That's what the song is about. It's parroting those news reports. It's a really cute song. I love it. When do we get sandwich throwing songs? Real. What do you mean they're at soup? They're at soup. That was 2019, right? I think so. That sounds right. It might have been after that. I'm not sure. Time's not real in my brain. What do you mean you're at soup? Soup is still 2015 in my heart. I'm still living in like 2022 right now. Gonna be so real. I keep forgetting it's 2025. I'm not happy about that fact. I think like I've accomplished a lot this year, and like I've said before, 2025 has not been my year, but it's certainly been the best year of my life, and I'm ready to make next year even better. Fighting fascists at the soup store. I should make that a meme. Why are you fighting fascists at the soup store? Fuck you! Just an entire parody of the song where instead of buying clothes at the soup store, they're fighting fascists. You know? "1990 was 20 years ago. 20 years ago was 10 years ago." Time's not real. Had a realization earlier that my mind is still in the pre-adult 2019 and I'm in my 20s and it's 2025 and I'm terrified. No, I feel that. I feel that. For a long time, my brain kind of mentally paused at about like 18, 19. So in my head, I was just constantly sitting around like mentally in 2020, like pandemic era. And it's not until relatively recently, it wasn't until I ended up homeless that I kind of was forced to like mentally progress to the point of being about 20. And I would say recently my brain's hitting or sitting around that point of like mentally 20 to 21. Do, 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 do. Can we use egg drop soup to fight fascism? Absolutely. Hardly ever happens anymore. Okay. This is where it gets tricky because some of the stitches here, or some of the fabric here already is not happy with me. But we're gonna do our best. Made the most important dish out. Oh, planets and the stars came out. Oh, really kind of freaked me out. All right. Thank you for the hydrate, like, and I appreciate it. Do, 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 do. All right, we got this. Have you been drawn in pixel before, like pixel art style? A couple times. A few times. Every now and then. The cooks wear dark Martin boots. On Upper Burnside. I don't like how the V is looking, chat. It's crooked. Chat, the V is crooked and I don't like it. It's fine. It's fine, we're just gonna deal with it. Oh, and the planets and the stars came out. Whoa, it really kind of freaked me out. As long as it ends up being readable. So I listened to my heart saying, it sang all the people that you love. One of them, all the people that you love, that's like the person they pretend. Alright, alright. Never work a day in your life. So I did what I loved and I got fired. I want one thing, but to be desired. Alright. I wish I had a better way to, like, display this where y'all could see it more easily. I faked it and I made some friends just like I wanted. I might have to redo the E from scratch, honestly. That's what I'm coming to the conclusion of here. Has started to get fuzzy, gonna go to bed? No worries, you take care, all the best. Hope to see you again sometime soon, Pyro. You take care, alright? Get some good eeps. You take care as well, Pancake. Good night, good night, good night. Everyone take care of yourselves, alright? Always a wonder to have you here. Thank you for supporting my endeavors here in the archive. I appreciate the hell out of y'all, okay? God, everyone's heading to sleep because it's about to be midnight. This is so sad. Might not up to. Damn, everyone's leaving me. Nah, y'all take care of yourselves. Do what you gotta do, okay? Take care of yourselves first and foremost. That's just important. Good eeps, folks. Good eeps. Do do do. Do do do. Can we have a tea party? What does that mean? Good night, Scale Rider as well. Damn, everyone's heading to bed. This is so sad. This is why I only stream until like fucking 1 a.m. usually on weekdays because everyone goes to bed. I know y'all need your rest though. Take care of yourselves. Because y'all have sleep schedules. Gross. Trans Knight, congrats on the VIP. How the hell? Congratulations. Winning. What the hell was the schedule? I don't know. I don't know. Congrats on the VIP Trans Knight. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club. Now you get a special badge and eventually extra permissions, probably. Oh, when I get around to it. It's lovely to see you. How you been? Hi. Hope you're doing good. I feel so bad that I haven't had time to stop by your stream much recently because I've been all over the place with schedule. Hello, Kitchen Arf. Thank you for the Prime sub. Barper, bye-bye. My EEP is scheduled just for later. Real. I support the friends. That's how. It's so real. No, I've just been so busy recently. Life unfortunately does come first. I hope someday, because the issue with me, the reason I'm always so apologetic about it is because I know it's not a temporary state for me. I know my life is probably going to be this busy up until I go full time. And so I always feel bad that I can't dedicate more of my time and energy to other cool peeps on here. But that's how it goes. Hello, Emmy Berry. Lovely to see you. I'm like, I want to dedicate more of my time to my friends, but it's hard. Don't want to sleep right now. Sleep scary? Oh, why sleep scary? Okay, I do want to go and fix the other side of the V. So I'm gonna do that. Oh, tapes of country music. IPDS nightmares forever, homie. I see. That is always a difficult one. Hang in there. You gotta sleep sometimes. I hope you're able to sleep without nightmares soon. I know the feeling. I'm lucky that, like, I only get them occasionally. But all the best. Do what you can. Never feel like you need to do more. I mean, I want to do more, you know? I know I don't need to, but it doesn't stop the fact that I want to. Gentle support of it's real. Still wanting to follow our glorious leader steps and spend 96 hours away creating. Do not do that. Do not be me. Honestly, sometime soon, Trans Night, I don't know what your sleep schedule looks like, but I should just, like, find a night where I'm, like, up, awake, and don't have anything, or rather, I don't have any, like, pressing deadlines, and just game with you or something. Or, I don't know if you're the kind of person who's down for co-working, but if you ever are, we should totally co-work sometime. Is embroidery very different from hand sewing? Not really. I would say they're mechanically basically the same. You just gotta be mindful of, like, what shapes your stitches are creating. Usually available whenever works for you. Fair point. I want to do something with you sometime again. It's been a long time. This is actually co-working to me. You know what? Valid. What do you mean, hype train? Go to bed, cat. Dumb cat. He's just a car and he needs sleep. The car needs to rest. It's midnight. But hell yeah. Nah, I'm the kind of person, I spend a lot of my time in VCs co-working with people. If you ever see me in the creator chat, in my Discord, you are always welcome there. But, you know. I don't know why there's a hype train. Thank you, I guess. If you guys want to help me get a little bit more money, I do appreciate subs, gift or otherwise, but put yourselves first, alright? It is the holidays and all that, but, like, please put yourselves first and foremost. I promise that, like, I'm planning on actually posting a financial breakdown, later. I am very, very lucky to be doing really well this year. streaming has allowed me to put enough in savings that like I don't feel like I'm about to be homeless again. Thank you, Omega Scales, for the bits. How dare you? But like I've managed to put enough away in savings where I don't feel like I'm on the verge of homelessness anymore, and that's really incredible. Just finished stringing guitar. I need to buy new strings soon. You can like see on my strings the residue from like the oil on my hands. That's how old my current strings are. And you can tell what frets I favor. Hehe. Yeah. My guitar is a pretty nice guitar though. It's a Washburn, which is known for making like really good guitars for their price range. Like they're not, you know, top end fanciest guitars to ever exist, but for their price range, they are very solid options. Thank you for the bits, like, and how dare you? Should I post photos in the Discord of projects I'm working on? Hell yeah, why not? I would love for like nights like this to be co-working vibes, 100%. I didn't intend for this to be a co-working stream. We were just supposed to work on this for an hour or two. But then I got way too into it. But like nights where I'm doing DIY projects or doing art, I am 100% open to those being co-working nights. I have a buddy who does this bit where he'll like at the end of art streams go through things on his Discord. Like people will post their works in progresses in his Discord for art share at the end. And I've considered doing something similar. It'd just be a lot to set up, you know? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hi, missing project. I bark, bark, bite, bite you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna remove the E, and I'm gonna do the E again, because it's just too close to the V right now. But I think I fixed the V. I think I fixed the V. Well enough, anyway. So we're gonna cut the E out. Live somewhere, the threat of homelessness, use loosely. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that. As someone who was homeless for a while, it's scary. And I really hope you don't end up in that situation. I ended up homeless for a period of months, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever been through. And I would not wish that on anyone. Please keep yourself safe if you can. What if you were to do the AE thing, with the E and alive, or would that be too weird? I think that wouldn't work in this context. It's supposed to be a reference to a band I like, so probably not on this. I think it'd be cute, but I don't think it works in this context. My best friend's homeless right now, shit's scary, and if there's any way I can help, let me know, Lycan. I did see mention of that. I didn't have time to fully read it because I've been so busy. Cyan! Hi, Cyan! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Happy birthday, Cyan! Mods, shout out Cyan now. Hello, folks. I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I am a very bitey Enfield streamer, a loud punk bastard here on Twitch.tv. I talk about punk shit, about leftist shit, about queer shit. But more important than that, it's Cyan's birthday. I love you too, buddy. I miss you. We gotta talk or hang out soon. I wanted to write a lot more to say to you, but I was just on such a time crunch because I've been so busy recently. But everyone give love to Cyan. He is incredible. It his birthday. He's so cool. He's such a sweetheart. I absolutely adore him and everything he does. Make sure you give him, and I've been scuffed. And they scuffed me. We're just doing some embroidery, some work on my battle jacket right now. Embroidering my favorite lyric from my favorite song by my favorite band on my battle jacket. And yapping as we are off to do around here. But if y'all need some food, some water, some rest, take care of yourselves. Welcome on in, Grim X Felix, Cyan in the Flesh, Noxing VT, Spado Kirby, Kit the Cryptid. It's lovely to see you all. Hi. Happy birthday, my guy. I really hope it was incredible. Thank you, you're so amazing, and despite how life tries to get you down, I'm amazed how resilient and making it work. I am nothing if not a resilient creature. That is, if anything, my defining feature. But no. You are amazing, Cyan. I send you all of my love. This is, the phrase here is whatever makes you feel alive. And I hope you all live by that too. Fight for the things that make life worth living, that make you feel alive and in love with the world. Those are the things that are worth it. You're sick as fuck? I try. He cannot be stopped, only delayed, exactly. Nah, Cyan is an incredible, incredible creator, someone who I've known for like 3 years now. An absolute sweetheart. If you like critters who bite, if you like boys who bite, you'll absolutely adore him. He is so good. He is so good. I'm just so proud of you. Like, I want to see you make more. I wish I had more chances to, like, stop by and see what you're up to, because I just love everything you do. You're so talented at art. And you're such a sweet and kind person who has, like, really supported me at a lot of points. Love you, buddy. Genuinely. Chat, I love my friends. Chat, I love my friends. Chat, I fucking love my friends. I would do anything for my friends. If my friends asked me to kill someone in their name, I'd do it. Yeah, I have I love my friends disease. This is true. We know E, we know I love my friends. They're so cool. My friends are so fucking cool, and I'm so glad that they're like living life and getting to be happy. They're such good people. They're such good people. I'm so proud. I feel like oftentimes I feel like I'm watching through a window watching my buddies grow up because like I don't have the time to be around as much as I used to. But it is an honor just to bear witness to the way the people in my life grow and change. I would kill for you. I would kill you with a rock. Yeah, it's chronic. We need to play Ponytown again sometime. I want to play Ponytown with you. I want to like actually make an MLP OC and like roleplay in Ponytown with you. I made some mistakes. But y'all, take care of yourselves. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, self-care takes priority. We're just embroidering. I keep forgetting where my hand cam is and like moving this way too close to my body because I'm used to doing that. I'm seeing this band live tomorrow and I'm really excited. AE's friend, need a favor. AE from a blood red cloak. A fops only need a name. I have I love my friend's disease and it's terminal. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Alright. I am so like hyper focused on getting this done because we're so close to getting this done actually. I think I'm only gonna highlight the term alive because I don't have time to highlight the rest of this right now. I might do that on my own time sometime, but it looks so good actually. Whatever it takes. God, that's another one of those lyrics that hurts. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, whatever it takes. Which song is this again? Because I know this song, but which song is it? No Breaks, yeah. Pigeon Pit has a way of just including little lyrics that hurt in the best way possible. With my cat and I got brave in the breath of the freeway. Christmas lights in bedroom with your cat, and I get brave. How I'm feeling, bury my face in your hair. I am realizing that by working on this on stream, I'm making myself even easier to recognize in person, but like, so be it. If I get recognized in person, so be it at this rate. What are you gonna do? I travel around the state so much. You don't know where I am. I'm constantly traveling around the state going to shows and events. It's pretty hard to triangulate where I am. I am known to drive well over 3 hours for shows. And I've also publicly talked about events I'm planning to go to at this rate. So like, if you see me in person, my boundaries remain the same. Just don't take any photos of me. You're welcome to say hello. Just don't take any photos. And if you learn anything personal about me in that time, don't say it publicly. Yeah, I am at like basically every folk punk show in Florida. If a folk punk band comes to the state, I'm going to be at least one of their shows while they're in the state, whatever night I happen to be free. So you really would just have to follow, like, any folk punk band on their tour through Florida. And you would find me pretty quickly. It would not take long. It really wouldn't take long. It's like, this band has 3 Florida dates. A is gonna be at least one of them. Probably more, given sometimes I will go to multiple shows by the same band while they're in the area. You clearly live in an underwater swamp structure guarded by the swamp itself. Exactly. I need to work faster. A new development has occurred. Oh? Would you like to update me? Despite being late, I do seem to be weirdly punctual about messaging, to get on at the last hour. No worries, Blazik, and it's lovely to see you even if you're not here that often these days. It's always an honor. How have you been? Chat. Did you hear that Kung Fu Tea... Sorry, I got reminded by the Totodile. Did you guys hear that Kung Fu Tea is doing a collab with Pokemon Legends Z-A? Now, I, like, never treat myself to things, but I might be treating myself soon. Cause what do you mean they have Pokemon-themed boba drinks? I might be treating myself soon. Yet other VTubers publishing a cookbook in 2026. I need to get the one out fast. Shit. Good luck. Good luck, my guy. I'd say that I'm doing fine. Times have been weird, but I'm managing. Hey, that's how it goes. That makes 2 other VTubers. Hang in there, my guy. I just hope that they're fair in their branding and acknowledge that they are not the only VTuber to do this shit. I'm always down to body double if I'm awake, my guy. I'm half tempted to stay up late, even though I have been awake since fucking 3 a.m. Or, yeah, I'm tempted to stay up late even though I've been awake since 3 a.m. with you, my guy. Because you fucking need it. I'm getting the Vor jar. Listen. We love eating people around here. We love Vor around here. There's at least one War reference per stream. We need to play Ponytail. Sorry to get it for a sec. No worries, no worries. I would love to play Ponytail with you sometime. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Take care of yourself. Do what you need to do, Cyan. You need your sleep, mister. I've been awake since 3 a.m. Okay, but Punk show tomorrow. I'm gonna be getting extremely crossfaded tomorrow for sure. Yeah, we do love Vor around here. We have a Vor jar and everything. We make at least one Vor reference per stream. It's like part of my contract. I don't have a contract. My contract is just with my mods. I just talk about Vor a lot for some reason. For no reason that's suspicious whatsoever. Yeah, the vor jar. One sec. The vor jar. Don't ask why I had that on hand. It won't go back. There we go. When the vor redeem coming, how exactly do I implement a vor redeem? I just threatened to eat people a lot. See, okay, what ended up happening is it started with me threatening to bite people. Which I do all the time, and I still do all the time. It's part of my branding. And then chat started to think that was hot. Can't blame them. It is. But, like, chat started to think it was hot, so I needed to up the ante somehow, so I started threatening to eat people instead. Apparently that didn't help. The vor jokes got out of hand in my D&D group, so we voted to outlaw homage to vor in the D&D server. The jar was your fault, yes. Listen, sometimes this shit just happens, you know? Started to think that was hot. Well, there's your first problem, yeah. Make the model eat our usernames? Maybe. Chat, do you guys want a vor redeem? Do we want to take the vor joke to its fruition? You vor an egg like a snake? They're tasty! I love that chat wants a vor redeem. Thank you, chat. You're a bunch of freaks. Affectionately. I didn't ask for this. Poor Morgan. Poor Morgan. Vor enjoyer. How many bits ended up being part of the channel because the channel went jokes on you were into that? Too many. A lot, actually. You'd be surprised. A boring expansion that they can crack. Ha ha ha. Please make the board cheap so I can still save up for Icon. You can't force me to choose. Damn, you really want to get Vord. Hello, Spido. Oh, well, Vord. We're talking about Vord, yeah. Listen, I'm a furry, and I'm cursed, and I'm a freak, so, you know, no one's surprised. In the back pocket of your leather jacket, and my life is stagnant. What if I ate your jacket? Only the consumer would say that. I have some chives you could season the chatters with. Yeah. Of course you do. Just realized how egg-shaped your scuffed eye is. Did you eat the other one? I didn't eat it. Ah, sorry, I hit my mic. I did not eat my eye, I promise. Hello, Very Frosty Warlock. How are you doing tonight? Went to a movie with my friends. I'm doing amazingly. Sounds like a great time. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm a little bit hyper-focused on embroidery right now, but I'm thriving. I'm having fun. Alright, alright, alright. Your soft speckled shoulders, right there next to mine. Without feeling left behind. Alright, alright, alright. Do 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 do. Fully enough, over VIP thanks to another Minecraft bet. The moral is never stop gambling. Chat, don't gamble. I should take my dad's army jacket and do this. Hell yeah, army jackets make great bases for battle jackets. I can confirm. This one's not an army jacket. This is a cheap canvas jacket that I bought at a thrift store. Back in 2020, but I fell in love with the style and cut of it, so you know, it's mine now. It's mine now. You can turn anything you want into, you know, a piece of punk clothing. I've seen people make battle skirts, crust pants, all sorts of things. I've seen people like patch up hoodies and whatnot before. You can turn whatever you want into your own piece of like punk regalia. Months after you're gone. Which, yeah, you can do that. If I remove the lib from alive, it makes AE. Coincidence? I think not. I am secretly the lead singer of Pigeon Pit /J. For months after you're gone. Or the disassociation, but I still think hard all night. Headed you in Oakland. Alright. Chat, I want to be the lead singer of a band so badly. I mean, ultimately, I'm probably just gonna end up doing solo music because I have control problems when it comes to my creative visions and whatnot. But, like, I want to be the lead singer of a band so badly. Get high. Do, 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 do. My dad gave it to me once I grew out of my favorite coat, so just been rocking it for months. Hell yeah. No, military wear goes hard. Military wear goes so hard. I am a big fan of like, you know, taking old military wear and making it your own. Whether it be like military surplus or family heirlooms or whatever the hell, a big part of the punk aesthetic is co-opting police and military aesthetics. Hi, Luna. Hi, A. Big fan of you. I'd hope so. You are my moderator. Want to join a band to learn an instrument? Do it. Why not, you know? Call AE's band Fops in the Fae. I have a band name picked out if I ever do start a band. I've been considering also using it as a solo name. I don't know. I have a few different ideas for artist names, and it's hard. It's hard to come up with an artist name. But 9/11. So my new friend, he came back today and asked for my number, and we're hanging out, and I'm helping him make a new jacket. This person you're talking about, because this is the same person you messaged me about, right? Because like this sounds like a guy who's exactly up my fucking alley, being like punk and also into VTubers and also into DIY. You should like totally pass him my channel and like introduce me to him, because I need more friends. I'll introduce y'all. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm literally sitting here working on my jacket right now, and I need more friends. And y'all should totally come up here. How about Pathetic Manhunter? So I have a couple ideas, but I'm not going to state them, because I might actually use them someday. He's jacking it on stream. That's a trash paint horror. Friend or friends? No, I just want actual friends. I just want, like, actual people I can be friends with and shit. Yes. Not friends. Friends. I love cool punk people. And I love that I live in a place that has an active punk scene now. I want to encourage more people to like get involved in the punk scene here. Luna is a friend of mine. What do you mean by friends or friends, not friends? Okay, so friends in quotation marks, I think they mean like... I think the innuendo is supposed to be sexual in nature. Which, like, listen, if I end up becoming friends with someone and that happens, hell yeah, I'm so here for it. I'm not opposed to that happening with friends, as long as boundaries are in place and things are controlled, but it's not a thing I actively seek out, you know? Confused as a wink wink nudge nudge sexual thing. I think so. Alright. Alright, alright. I do is try. I cannot wait to go see this band tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna actually point out that I embroidered this onto my battle jacket, but I hope it gets noticed. I I hope Pigeon Pit notices that I embroidered whatever makes you feel alive on my battle jacket, and spent 6 hours doing it live on stream. I hope they see this. For originally this was gonna be a patch, but the phrase has become like so central to my life that like I need it, you know. All right, all right. It's coming along great. Pics in Discord. My pants has been a tough nut. Real. DIY is hard, chat. DIY is hard. Sorry for asking this question, but how would someone get into the punk scene? Okay, literally, it's this simple. Start going to shows. Hi, Jikage, lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. If you want to get into the punk show, literally just start getting into the punk scene. Literally just go to shows. If you want to like start making connections and friends, my advice for that is have a distinct look. Look identifiable, be easy to recognize. So the way I did that is primarily in my battle jacket, and I also just happen to have very distinctive recognizable hair because I'm ginger. So people see the ginger guy with the compost and training battle back patch, and they recognize me between shows. Because that one, I look very obviously punk, I look like a freak, and I'm extremely easy to recognize. So like, I didn't exactly make any friends at my first punk show, but I made friends at my second punk show, and I made more friends at my third, and I just kept making connections and bridging gaps over time. Because people kept recognizing me between shows. And then I start, like, you know, building more reputation, having more connections, meeting more people, and start getting involved in organizations like Punk Rock Saves Lives and Food Not Bombs and whatnot. And over time, you start building something with it. Genuinely, the secret to making friends, if you are, like, someone who's into alt culture, is going to events and looking like a fucking freak. Freak affectionate, of course. I am a freak. Like, literally, Lucky and I met because we just kept going to the same shows, and we're both very easy to recognize people. I feel DIY lowered my clothing standards because I want to show the stuff I made even if it turned out bad. Nah. I think most of the stuff I create looks bad, quote unquote, but also, like, that's part of the nature of DIY. Show off the stuff that you've made. Why not? You know? Besides, showing it off also gives you room to show ways you've grown. I was thinking about how it would be more recognizable than it has been. Easier said than done. Like, I'm lucky that I have multiple things that make me very distinctive and identifiable. But I'm in fact a freak too. Also, my hair changes a wild amount. See, I'm ginger, so my hair is very easy to recognize. Oh, the ginger guy with the hair that's like partially bleached. Yeah, that's AE. We know who AE is. And over time, people just kept talking to me because they would see me between shows and like, oh, you know, this is the second or third show I've seen you at. Let me get your contact info. Because we end up running into each other a lot. It's nice. DIY raise my clothing standards because I make stuff better than I could buy it. Yeah, I can make stuff more personalized. I wouldn't necessarily say it always looks good, but it's personalized. It's me. It's my style. Black my hair goes from locks, afro braids. I see. Yeah, that's a different story. That is a different story for sure. Just started with, hey, we're doing days of days, literally. And then we moshed together. It works. There were a couple people that I met at a show recently who literally pulled me aside because they thought I looked cool, and we started talking and we're like, hey, wait, we were at the same show back in March. That's how you make friends on the scene. See, being ginger is such a power move. I'm just saying, being ginger is such a power move. I love Pigeon Pit so much. They're my favorite band. I'm so excited to see them. I'm so excited to see them. I'm so excited to see them. Oh my god, chat, you guys don't understand. I'm living for this. It's all I've been thinking about for the last few days. I should just get my hair braided for every show I go to. I mean, having other means of being recognizable is useful. So like having a distinctive outfit, you know, make a battle jacket and patch pants. I know, you know, there's someone in my scene who is black who has a very distinctive outfit. So even if his hair changes a lot, which to be honest I haven't noticed because he's always wearing a hat, but like still very identifiable. All right, I think I've done it. I might quickly jump up here and just like every single band that is playing tomorrow, Lucky, is a band that I am very fond of. Every single band that is playing tomorrow is a band that I am very, very fond of. The only one I haven't seen live before that is playing tomorrow is Pigeon Pit. So I can definitely vouch for June Henry. I can vouch for Confession Kids. Confession Kids is literally my favorite fucking local band. And Extra Dirty Thinkers is absolutely incredible. Hello, Jasper. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Diana. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome to the archive. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Coverage reminds me of one time a friend wore a hat. No one recognized him until they asked why no one was talking to them. That's really funny, actually. But yeah, like having a distinctive look is so vital for like, you know, bridging gaps and connections in the scene. At least if you want to do so, if you want to speed up the process. Wonder if Chicago has any shows this winter? Probably. Like, I know at one point, it wasn't Chicago, it was a different city. I think it was Denver, but like, if you just look up like XYZ city punk scene, you'll probably find some Reddit threads, talking about it, and they'll point you towards like websites and resources and venues, where you can keep up with shows. I mostly at this point just follow bands, but you know. Okay. It takes to keep the engines turning. I had a dream, I had a dawn. matter. That where I'm headed was worth the trouble from the start. That's what I thought was a good person. Betrayal hurts more than anything. I know the feeling. I know the feeling, Jasper. And I wish you all the best in coping with that. Sometimes we just need to... I mean, the grief will hurt. The grief hurts for a while. But sometimes we just gotta move on and accept it. It's gonna take time, don't get me wrong. But, you know. Alright. I can tie this off now. Thank you for the stretch. I'll get that in just a moment. Also, we'll say that events and gatherings of any kind are also fun ways to meet people, find queer spaces. Absolutely. Finding queer spaces or craft spaces or tabletop RPG spaces, basically finding any space where you have a shared identity or interest is just... That's how you make friends as an adult. That's literally just how you make friends as an adult. You go to events. You find, like, locations and events that are based around shared identities or interests, and you go to them. And you slowly but steadily integrate yourself. Over the course of about 6 months in a city that I had never been in before, I managed to integrate myself into the scene. You know? Alright. With that said, though, whatever makes you feel alive. Can I lay this out in a way where I can, like, zoom up? Let me put my tarot cards away one sec, chat. Putting these back. Putting my decks away real quick. Yeah, I like how it came out. I enjoy this. Alright, alright, alright. Let me move all this off to the side for a moment. I want to just see if I can get, like, the whole of it in frame real quick. It does cover most of the back of the jacket, which is more than I anticipated. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Whatever makes you feel alive. I did it, though. Thank you, my elder younger brother, of course. I'm happy to be a source of positivity in people's lives. It is an honor to be a source of positivity in people's lives. I want to see how this looks when I wear it. Give me a second, chat. I was not kidding about bruises, by the way. Like, Christ. Anyway. Alright. Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry, it's chill. I want to see where this kind of sits along my body. Okay, it literally, like, perfectly ends at the base of my... Alright, that's actually... That lays very nicely with where it ends on my back. Nice. Whatever makes you feel alive, chat. Whatever makes you feel alive. Alright, now here comes the discussion. What are we doing now? Here comes the decision. What are we doing now, chat? What is our next objective tonight? Because, like, I could theoretically, like, I could sew some things onto my pants. That's an option. Though I haven't really decided where I want to put any patches on my pants. Hello, Ansaraday. I could also, polish my boots. Because they need some time and attention, but that's going to take more than an hour. I could... Like, we could pick a couple projects. You take care, Callie. The issue being that most of those projects are gonna take more than like 15 minutes. What are the thoughts, gamers? Did you ever fix your pants up from Fest? Yeah, they've been fixed. They are doing all right. Need to glue my heel back into my boot. I need to take mine to a cobbler because I refuse to do that. I need to take my boots to a cobbler. Enjoy your Lurkin Saturday. Fuck, I'm sorry you feel all alone. Back to the apartment, it was such a lonely place. Place my head between my knees and think, do you ever have nights like these so separated from my sense of self and the shit you keep up on your bookshelf? I've really glue in a dream. I just take mine to a cobbler. It's expensive, but like, you know. What I have are vintage military boots from the 1980s, and I want to take good care of them. Because, I don't know, they're real leather, an animal died for them. I care about them. I want to treat them with the respect they deserve. Alright. So, like, we could spend some time giving these some care, but they need a lot of care. They're a little bit overdue, and they've not been looking so hot for a while now. That is one of our options, though. We could also just yap for a bit. Alright, alright. We could just yap for a bit, chat. Or we could try the game. This took longer than I anticipated, and unfortunately there aren't a whole lot of things I can do for just 15 minutes, you know? There aren't many things I can do for a short period of time. And we're seeing someone take care of boots? I mean, we could do, like, one of them. We could do, like, the first steps of boot care. Why not? Fuck it. Open up your life that you were made to run away from, but it's not your dream or your pain or any other kind of love. Alright. I have a lot of supplies here, right? Should probably sleep soon, but before I go to attend to the same person. I used to go by Core Ancestors. Oh, got it! Understood. No worries. Take care of yourself. It's lovely to see you again, okay? Even if you disappear for a while, you'll always have a place here, I promise. No, black. There we go. Remember soft skin, hard skin in, old issues, boots rule. It's pretty decent as far as a product for, like, you know, conditioning boots go, and the issue with my current boots is that they are very much under-conditioned. They are in need of a good conditioning, so, you know. We give them the care that they need. This is the one that I'm more concerned about, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to do the whole thing, but we'll at least start the process. I'm gonna switch to my general folk punk playlist because I think we've heard every single Pigeon Pit song at least twice now. Alright, so first things we do is we just remove our laces. I'm gonna give a quick brush down, just off screen real quick. Just to get any dirt off. Alright, so. I need water. Shit. I'll be right back. I need water. This is a Spotify playlist, yes. It is my folk punk playlist. You can find it on my Spotify. So the smart thing to do when you're working with boots like this is actually just to invest in a spray bottle, but like I don't have one of those, so I put my water in a mug. Mug of water. So we're just gonna worry with the saddle soap for now. There's a few different options for soap for boots. Saddle soap is what I work with. Don't mind the fact that it's kind of like this. It's humid here and that it does that. It's just the humidity. This is the brush. All right. So all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take this, grab some saddle soap, suds that shit up, get a spray bottle so you can spray misbehaving Ashen. That would be funny. But we're just gonna get this stuff all sudsed up. And we're just gonna start kind of painting our boot with it. You're generally gonna want to do like little circular motions. I'm no expert at this, by the way. I'm just a guy on the internet. Don't trust me. Don't trust what I have to say over, like, an expert. If you go and engage with the content of an expert who says something different, listen to the expert. I am just a guy on the internet who has read a few tutorials. I like to kind of break my boots up into parts as I do this and do them in little bits and pieces because you don't want the soap to dry up too much while it's on the boot, but I just like to go through and make sure it's all like pretty thorough. We don't want to miss the tongue in the middle of the boot, so we make sure we get that as well. I'm going to be a little bit lazy today, I'm going to be perfectly honest, because I can always fix this on my own time later. I just want to get this through quickly. Alright, this is the new rag that I accidentally stole. I didn't mean to steal it, but now I have it, and fuck it, it's already in my possession, chat. Alright. Impulse, thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, folks! Hello, hello! We're currently cleaning a pair of boots, because, fuck it, chat was curious what cleaning boots looks like, so we're doing that now. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, folks, I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not queer retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard. I talk about queer shit, punk shit, leftist shit. I am trans, my pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and I never shut the fuck up. But we're cleaning boots. These are my Corcorans from the 1980s. I try my best to take good care of them, but they have been showing some signs of neglect recently because I haven't been doing a good job. So we're quickly giving them a clean, because chat want to know what that looks like. Welcome on in, Matt and Scapegoat. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Pleasure to have y'all. But yeah, we just soaped them up, and we are cleaning that soap off. Here, let me open up a little bit more my desk for view. Don't do that. There we go. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Impulse some love. Impulse is a wonderful furry VTuber, does a lot of cool stuff. Very, very good friend of the channel. Hope you're doing well, Impulse. Hope you've been well. A question, did you go to MFF? Because everyone I know keeps posting about going to MFF and I'm jealous. Everyone I know keeps talking about MFF and I'm jealous. I wanted to go to MFF. I'm a simple critter SD furry and follow real. We love furries. This is a furry appreciation zone. Somehow, despite the fact that I haven't used a furry model in a year now, because I haven't made a new one for my 2.0 design, my audience is still like 70% furries, and we appreciate that. That's what winning looks like. I'm clearly too weird for the normies. And that's great. Alright, I'm going double in with the soap here, just because I'm really worried about the toe. I do miss the furry model. I want to make a new one. I've just been busy. True story, someone mentioned MFF and said I should take my kids because it's all ages. I said, MFF? How is male, female, female all ages? I love that. That's also really funny to me because, like, down here, we have Megaplex. And Megaplex is an 18 plus event. I love that though, that's really funny. Hope you had a good stream though, what were you up to today? One day I'll go to MFF. Everyone keeps going to MFF and I'm jealous. Feelings we were feeling make you feel oh so bad. Alright, so the reason I'm cleaning these boots, so fun fact, these boots actually only have been 2 wears since their last cleaning. I've only worn them twice since their last cleaning, but whenever you're going to be like polishing or conditioning leather, you want to make sure that you're working with a clean base. So even if they've only been outside twice, I'm just giving them a quick rundown. A quick clean to make sure that we are applying our conditioner and polish to a clean surface. Because you don't want to be applying that over, you know, built up dirt and grime. MFF is a furry convention that happens in, I think, Illinois? Midwest Fur Fest is what it's called. I should work on my novellas? Do it, why not? So this is saddle soap that we're applying. So we're just soaping our boots down. I'm keeping it quick, easy, simple on this step. And we want to try to make sure we're grabbing as much of the soap off the boot as possible. Oh shit! Photo of the Protogen, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Alright. The great state of Illinois. I've never been. The brush on leather sound is so nostalgic. How so? It's a horsehair brush is what it is. It's horsehair. I mean, it is a good sound, but it is kind of ASMR-ish. Chat, ASMR stream where I clean my boots. Alright, chat. I'm just carefully applying some saddle soap. To my corcorans here. I'm gonna clean the heel here because that looks a little bit rough. It's a cool state. Most people in southern Illinois don't like Chicago, though. See, that's the thing. When you deal like rural people have a lot of hostility towards the city and whatnot, and I understand why. A lot of that comes from the fact that like they associate the city with a way of life that is not compatible with theirs, and oftentimes tries to strike theirs down. And I think that's kind of real. Like I do have an amount of empathy for the rural conservative who doesn't like trust the city or the Democratic Party, because I don't trust the Democratic Party either, and a lot of it comes out of the fact that they feel like their needs are being ignored and their communities are being ignored, which they are. They're correct. They're just blaming the wrong people and things. And unfortunately Republicans have a way of pretending to appeal to the needs and concerns of, you know, these conservative rural communities. Oh, I'm seeing this band soon as well, and I'm very excited. This song is really good. Or this band is just incredible. This entire album. It's Been a Hard Year by Frog Legs. Incredible album. Alright. Now, normally what I would do is I would wash one boot, give it some time to dry off, and then condition. I'm just gonna jump straight into conditioning. It's dry enough, I don't care. I'm mostly gonna be focusing on the toe here, though. The rest of this got conditioned a month ago, and they've only been worn twice since, but the toe's looking really rough, and it definitely needs more conditioning, so we're gonna condition the toe again. It really does not need another condition yet, just based off, like, my research and understanding, but the fucking toe does. Oh, it needs that. So this is leather conditioner. Leather conditioner, technically any oil can be used as leather conditioner, but there are some more common ones. I'm using one that's specifically made for boots. It works pretty well in my experience. And you're gonna want to condition your boots pretty regularly. I do it like every other month. I can get away with doing it a bit less often than some people might be able to, just because I am in Florida. But again, don't take anything I say as, like, gospel. I'm just a guy on the internet. I've read a few tutorials. I reopened my novel for the first time since I moved, so 3 months more or less. Hey, that happens sometimes. There have been projects I've put down for, like, over a year because life and, being honest, depression kind of took priority. It happens. You're doing your best. I'm proud of you. That you're picking it up again at all is really cool. You're doing amazing, sweetheart. You're doing amazing. Alright, and we're just gonna leave... We're gonna give that a minute to soak into the boot. I don't think the rest of it needs to be reconditioned. Let me give a peek. There are some spots that kind of need it on the body. Fuck it. We'll just do the whole thing. Alright. Eats your boot? Don't you dare eat my boot. I need it. It's a very pretty, cool boot. I would like my boot to not be eating. Do not ka-chomp my boot, you fucking cat. Do not ka-chomp my boot. Yeah, this boot needs it a lot more than the other boot does, but the other boot also kind of needs it, so, you know. I'm gonna do at least the one boot on stream. Because I might as well. Death of the universe, time is unwinding, the baby is ticking. If you listen close, you can see someone kicking inside of them. Alright. You're ward in this prison, you're forever home. This is the rag I used for this. Okay. Alright, let's see if one coat was enough to kind of help here. I'm nervous because these boots have been in really rough shape for a while now. I don't know if one layer is going to be enough. It really needs time to, like, soak into the boot. I might need to, like, put him down for a second and give him work on the other boot for a bit, just to give the time for, like, the conditioner to completely set. Camera flash blinding, you see it all of creation, it stretches out just like a beautiful ball gown, a tuxedo perfectly tailored to every inch of you. What if you have like boot magic and repair the boot instantly? If only. That'd be nice. Convulse and contract, be near us. Tell me work, no turning back. Okay. That still looks really rough and grainy to me. I'm gonna give that a few minutes, but that's still looking rough. But the next step would be to polish. Here's the other boot. We take the laces out. I straight lace my boots. It's the only thing straight about me, you know? Got a name and maybe date. Oh, the last song was Verse the Heat of the Universe by... Oh god. By the Narcissist Cookbook, one of my favorite musicians. What if the boot was being repaired by living organisms? You just had to feed them to repair the boot? I don't think that's how leather works. I don't think that's how leather works in my very limited experience. And remaster my disaster. Grow a boot. I mean, they are made out of animal. But like, pieces of a big animal. Alright. Give me a second. Gotta... Got nothing for everyone. You bought it, you sold it. Got nothing for everyone. We need some of your leather care shit for my boot. I do not mind bringing it next time we hang out. Remind me next time I visit the Waffle House and I'll bring it. Can't make this stuff up and the friends may leave behind. And live the trust fund life. I just care a lot about these boots, you know? There was an animal who died to make this leather, and I care about it. What if we just, like, filled the leather with more leather, but, like, fake leather? I hate fake leather. I hate fake leather. Okay? I am such a hater on any kind of, faux leather. I am such a hater on any kind of faux leather. I think most faux leather suck and are more environmentally harmful than any kind of real leather. I know it's gonna be a controversial opinion for some people, but I genuinely believe that, like, faux leathers just do more harm than good. I genuinely believe that faux leathers do more harm than good. They're very greenwashed as a product. There's a lot of harmful chemicals and microplastics involved in their creation, because bear in mind, most faux leathers are plastic. So you're shedding microplastics constantly, and there's so many harmful chemicals in their production, and god, I hate faux leathers. I know it sucks, like, knowing that an animal had to die to make this product, so a lot of vegans get very uncomfortable around it and whatnot, but, like, in the long run, it is far more environmentally sustainable to use real leather than to use any kind of faux leather. These boots are older than I am, and they're still in great condition, because I take good care of them. But even if I fucking didn't, they'd still probably be wearable. They'd still probably be in better condition than my cheap plastic boots that I bought like 4 years ago. Hello, Index Page. Hi. Hey, how are you doing? Chat talked me into showing them how to clean boots. So we're doing that today, because my boots were in need of a clean. Hello, Goldman. Hi. How are you doing? But how are you, Index Page? Lovely to see you. Index Page is really, really cool. Also, there will be an ad in about a minute. I apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. But a lot better, a lot better. I'm really glad to hear it. I was worried about you earlier. I was worried about you. I didn't want to reach out and disrespect your privacy, but like, I hope things are okay. Why are your hands so cool? They are literally hands. They're literally hands. I don't know what you're on about. Zamboni. Hello, Mix Overthinker. It's been a while. How have you been? It's lovely to see you. I hope you've been well. I can share details in DMs. I trust you. No pressure, but feel free to. I will respond when I can. I appreciate you. Okay. But now we're just cleaning some boots. Cause chat talked me into it. Cause I'm like, why not? It's the other boot I'm mostly worried about because it was looking rough. It was very clearly under condition, despite the fact that I've been conditioning it. I might honestly have a low quality conditioner or something. I just bought what I could get my hands on. But no, where have you been, Mixed Thinker? I hope you know that you are missed and will always have a place here, even if you disappear for a while. That goes for all of you, chat. Even if you disappear for months, you will always have a place here. Alright. So mad my dogs are so scuffed I gotta fix them. I literally could fix it so easily. I could literally fix it so easily. One sec. This is not a good time to show them because they haven't been cleaned in a couple months, but like... I have docs. Yeah. It's literally so easy to fix, just need like the proper supplies. That's what leather polish is for and shit. Anyone else imagining an AU where A becomes a traveling leather boot cleaner with a wooden stool and box for leather shoes? Christ. But no, like, good leather is so, like, if you know what you're doing, it's not that hard to fix. They do require regular care, even a pair of docs. Like, I still clean my docs regularly. But, like, if you're willing to put in the time and care, you can keep leather in good condition for a long time. You won't keep it in perfect, pristine condition for a long time, but, like, I have docs. Now, I'm gonna be so real, I hate docs. I do own a pair of docs, I do wear them on the regular, I do also hate docs. Because they're really cheap, shitty leather. But, you know, that's how it goes. I would genuinely recommend that anyone who wants to get a pair of, like, leather boots they're planning to wear on the regular, just get an old pair of military boots, but, you know. What if the toes are, like, scuffed and leather is, like, scarred? It won't be perfect, but you can, like, hide it. You can do a pretty good work to, like, cover it up, or at least cover up the worst of it. Reduce the severity of it, you know? Alright, how are you looking? You still need more. I'm so scared I'm gonna accidentally over-condition these, but, like, they need it. This is the last, like, bit of conditioner I'm going to apply, even if they're still screaming for it, because I'm scared of over-conditioning them. Because I don't really exactly know what over-conditioning looks like, but they were very clearly under-conditioned. So, you know. Restore docs on a stream. See, their docs are cheap and shitty. Well, it's like, let me pull up a restoration I recently did. There was a really good restoration I did recently. So, these are a pair of leather roller skates that I purchased recently. The one on the left has been untouched. The one on the right has been cleaned and polished. So, you know, the one over here, it looked like the one on the left, initially. I'm just saying, if you know what you're doing, you can make a pretty big difference. I'm just saying. Welcome back from ads, folks. Hi. Sorry about ads. Lovely to see you. Also, hi, Shy. I saw you join during the ads. I hope you're doing well. I'm just saying, though, if you know what you're doing, you can do quite a bit to fix up old vintage leather. These are roller skates from the 50s and 60s. Do I know how to roller skate? No. But I wanted them. It's a pretty big difference, yeah. Like, that was a couple hours of work and hyper-focus while on my ADHD meds, you know? And I enjoy this process. I'm very passionate about leather care, so I do my best to take care of them. Can I request tail? Of course you can request tail. I always forget to turn it on. Hopefully I hit the right button. Now, see, military surplus, though, they are made to last, is the thing. Military surplus, they might be a little bit sloppy and messy because they were, like, produced in mass, but they were built to last. You know? So if you're willing to polish them on the regular, they will last you a lifetime. Should be getting ready for bed, but I gotta ask first what album? Wait, has my mouse- oh my god, my mouse cursor was visible this entire time. Why did no one notice? Why did no one say anything? God damn it. God damn it. Thought those shoes looked a bit elevated? Yeah, these are military boots from the 1980s. The other ones were roller skates, yeah. Tried to take the Omegaverse quiz again, because it's been about 6 months. I got Submissive Omega again. 8, yeah, I think I'm cooked. Oh, you poor thing. If it helps, every time I take it, I get Submissive Omega. Every time I take it, I get Submissive Omega. And I am very disappointed with it about that. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna leave a thick layer of, it on here and just let that sink in. Thank you, Perpetual Cow, for this Prime sub. I appreciate it. It means a lot, genuinely. But yeah, docs just have really poor quality leather. My docs are starting to crack, and I've only had them for like a year, so I'm a little bit worried about that, but that's how it goes. Have not been as good about caring for them as I have with these, so. Alright. So we're gonna apply some to this one. This one needs it less. This one's better conditioned, but we're still gonna be focusing on the toe here. It's with everything shiny. Alright. I'm, again, mostly just worried about the toe. We're gonna try and hit the rough patches on the side here as well. But it's mostly the toe that's, like, having issues. It's the other boot I'm primarily worried about. This one should be fine if I just let it sink in for a minute or two. But, you know, that's how it goes. Shiny boots. Alright, we got this. Heading out, you take care. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Still here, same time, same days, same place. Uh, we're just doing a DIY night today because I'm following the dopamine. I'm seeing Movie for bands tomorrow, so exciting stuff. Can I but imagine someone wearing the boot whenever we can't see the opening, no matter the angle? Why? What brings that to mind? What is the purpose of the image? What feeling does the image conjure? Oh. For pumpkin, I'm not folk enough for folk. With dirty jokes, please. Okay. The people I sing at shows I like the most. Conjur's boots stepping on chat. You'd like that. Listen, okay, there's a line that I've been like waiting to drop. Can I be so real? I've had this one comeback stored away in the back of my brain for one day when like some kind of like fascist walks into my chat for months. And I just haven't had an opportunity to drop it yet. But I've been waiting for it. The comeback goes. If you want to lick boots so bad, I've got a nice pair right here. I've been waiting to drop this for actual months, and the opportunity just has not arisen. Thank you. Sing it. Thank you for being my friend. I'm gonna steal that and use it IRL. Do it. You have my permission and support. It's a really good line. If you want to lick boots so bad, I've got a perfectly nice pair right here. And I've just been waiting for like some kind of fascist or asshole to walk into chat. I could act like a Republican for you if that doesn't. No, it's not authentic then. I need to get like a good click out of it. Do not lick the screen to taste AE boot. You can try. I'll see you on the day you die. See, the toe for this boot's really scuffed. Well, I'm about to do some black tea so bad, but doctor said no caffeine before my test tomorrow. Oh, rip. Why no caffeine? That's evil. Only evil people ban caffeine. Okay, so the leather feels really good here. It's still rough up here and towards the side. And I'm like, why? What is wrong? What did I do? No caffeine day of football game makes no sense to me. Cannot imagine, cannot understand the why there. I love caffeine. I guess it does make your heart rate go a little bit crazy. I guess that would be the why, if anything. Defiance left. Okay, this is feeling a lot better, actually. I'm actually going to, because it's starting to feel better, I'm gonna drop a little bit extra on some of the problem spots here. And see if that helps. But I might have to leave that for like a few minutes. Was clearly the reflection of Alright. It's helping. It's helping. Damn, Darkwood Rider. That's a really good one. I'm stealing that one, actually. Messes with the brain scanner, apparently. That's stupid. That's lame. Caffeine tasty. I'm drinking some right now. Eat the doctor. Do it. I dare you. Okay. Courtney did it. She did it. Courtney did it. Courtney killed Cobain. She did it. Courtney did it. Courtney did it. Courtney killed Cobain. Alright. Why eat the doctor? There's a fops right there. Why are we eating me? I'm telling you to, like, bully fascists. What are we eating me for? Oh, that's so much better. Alright, there's still a little bit of roughness here, but I'm gonna let just the what's left of the conditioner soak in right there. I'm probably not gonna get all the way through the actual polishing, because that's a lot of work to get done. And I want to go to sleep at a reasonable hour. But, like, I'll just show y'all a little bit of the process. I'll show y'all a little bit of a sample of what that ends up looking like. Now, there's a couple ways you can do this. You could just polish, like, with a brush. I like to use a cloth. I have specific cloths I use for it. And I'm just gonna scoop a little bit of polish. And same way we've been doing everything else, it's small circular motions. So small circular motions. And then you can do just as many as layers of that as you feel are necessary. A lot of thin layers are going to be better than like one big thick layer. I need more black polish soon. This was a tiny little thing I got, but I'm going to need more black polish soon. Just admit it, you killed Kurt Cobain. You killed Kurt Cobain, Kurt Cobain, Kurt Cobain. So yeah, boom, polish, and eventually that's gonna like, yeah, you can do things to give that a shine. I typically do like a low to no shine polish, but there's things you can do to make it shiny. But how you're gonna make things shine is just by usually adding heat or moisture. It's a few different ways you can go about doing that, but I normally just go with like a nice light low sheen. I don't bother with that much, because I'm lazy. And I want to just apply my polish in a few thin layers and be done with it. But that is how you polish boots, chat. Is there a specific polish or is any polish? Most polishes, so there's going to be a few different categories of polish. You'll have neutrals, you'll have browns, and you'll have blacks. You want to match the type of leather you're working with. This is a black polish. So if you're working with like a tan leather, you're going to want to use a neutral. If you're working with a brown leather, you're going to want to use a brown. Etc, etc. Oh, that feels so much better. Still a little bit rough over on the side here, but that's so much better. That's so much better. The boots are feeling good, chat. Hi, Ravi. Stream's going good. We're gonna be ending soon, but we're like I'm quickly showing chat how you polish a boot. Because I'm like, you know what? It's my stream and I can do what I want. Normally I would wait longer between conditioning and polishing, but like we're here. There we go. All right. All right, all right, all right. Not a whole lot. I got in a screaming match with a customer. I am so. I hope everything's okay. I hope that you are both all right. Don't blame her. Hope the shift is going okay despite that. All right. There we go. I'm gonna do the rest of this off stream, but chat, that is how you polish a boot. That, chat, is how you polish a boot. Boom! Polish! Yay! We polished a boot! Actually, I'm tempted to chat, I'll go a little bit longer, actually. Well, Chat, do I go a little bit longer, or do I, like, actually let myself sleep? Chat, do I go a little bit longer, or do I sleep? Sleep, but I don't wanna sleep. I wanna stream for like 7-8 hours all the time. Boat, chat, boat. It was miserable to listen to, and now most of my chill time at work's gone. I'm so sorry. Shit. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Political screaming match, where both of them were just talking over each other and nobody's taking any. I see, I see. No, I hate that. I'm so sorry. Hang in there. That is hell right there. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that. That is garbage. EP, you'll think chat tomorrow. Oh, but I know I have the show tomorrow, and I'm gonna like pre-game and get crossfaded and shit. But also, I'm having fun. I'm polishing my boots. I'm chatting with you guys. I like making content. I've been really enjoying doing streams where I kind of just work on DIY stuff or personal projects or like yap over some kind of thing that I'm doing with my hands. It's been really nice just to be able to talk and hang out with you guys. Low pressure, you know? I like it a lot. You've been up since 3 a.m.? I know I've been up since 3 a.m., but it hasn't been 24 hours yet. I'll be fine. One sec, alright. It gets worse every minute. This is the one that needs to get resold, by the way. I need to go to a cobbler and get this shit resold. Fuck, I'm getting sleepy. Go to bed. You deserve some eeps. EP time is good, chat. EP time is good. Make sure you eep if you need it. I know I'm a hypocrite or whatever the hell, but like... Yeah, these boots have been through it. They get worn a lot. Alright. There's still some roughness with them that I want to sort out. But you know. Some of that's going to require more detailed brushes than I have, low-key. I need some, like, detailing brushes for this shit. Because I have trouble getting into tight crevices sometimes. I need, like, a toothbrush or something. Alright. That's that boot. Good night. Take care, Zazzy. Good night, every pony. Alright. Alright. Stop resisting, try thanking him for his service. Gotta be nice, you wouldn't like him when he's sad. Staring down a barrel, why are you so nervous? I'd call a cab, call a cab, call a cab. I'm so sorry that you're having to deal with this shit, Ribby. I am fucking... We'll go to bed when you do? Fuck you. I might be a hypocrite, but shut your bitch ass mouths. Shut your bitch ass mouths, chat. Now, kill the transphobe. Half joke. Well, actual full joke. Twitch, please. Twitch, please. But fuck transphobes, chat. Fuck transphobes. I will fucking say that. Fuck transphobes. Screw them. We hate transphobes. This is not a safe space for transphobia. And if anyone's transphobic, get the hell out. Respect my pronouns or get bitten. Respect the pronouns of the people in this goddamn community or get your ass beat. Well, don't fuck transphobes. The transphobes fuck off. I'm not gonna make the joke that's in my head. But y'all have heard my pathetic man ramble before. You know, y'all have heard my pathetic man ramble before. Transphobes get the jar and then the jar thrown at the wall. Do 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 do. Trans people get smooched disrespectfully on the forehead. Do that and I also bite you. You know the consequences of your actions at this point, Pizza. Come on. You know what? Fair point. I walked right into that. Alright. We're almost done with this boot. I'll chat, here's the agreement, okay? I will go to bed after I finish cleaning this boot. Thumbs up? And we're getting close to done. I love boots. Boots are so cool, chat. Chat, you need to hydrate, eat 8 hours at least, eat balance, self-care. Do as I say, not as I do. I was gonna, like, finish this before I went to bed anyway, so, like, it's no great loss, you know? Okay. Let me check up how the other one's looking. Look at it, chat. It's so pretty. It's got a couple little patches here. One sec. Let me just do another thin layer on the toe here. Alright. I'll still be up for maybe another hour. Currently 1:37 a.m. So don't judge me. No, listen, it's also 1:38 a.m. for me. I just go to bed extremely late. I, however, fucked up my sleep schedule recently, so I've been like waking up at 3 in the morning, which is not ideal. I've been waking up this time of day recently. That's not even true. I was waking up like immediately before streams for a bit, and then yesterday I woke up at 3 a.m. and I was like, okay, my only option is to stay awake. Alright. Chat, look at how pretty and like look how pretty and well cared for it looks. Chat. Look at how smooth that leather looks. It's not perfect because of the way the light refracts. Like you can tell it's a worn boot, but like come on. That looks so much better than it did a couple hours ago. It's so smooth now. I might put another layer of polish on there later, but like... And this one too, it's still, you can see a little bit more grain on this one. I gave it my best shot. I didn't want to over condition it, so I might have to condition it again in like a week or two. I usually condition like once every couple months, but you know. There's still a little bit of grain on this boy, but honestly, given where he was earlier, I'm happy with this. He looks good, he looks well cared for. He did so good. I'm just gonna do like one more layer on the toe. Because this helps protect the leather even further. Alright, beautiful chat. Are you talking about the boot or your tail? The boot. I'm talking about the boot. I'm talking about my boots. I like my boots. Alright, alright. With that, chat, I am actually going to start looking for someone to raid. I'm gonna go see who all is on. But thank you for joining me for this long DIY night. This has been fun. Who all is on tonight? Let's see, let's see. We do have Seahorse on, we have Lobat on, we have Code Channel on. And this is our howling. We also have Lampy Moth on, who we haven't said hi to in a while. Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh wait, there's someone who's on playing mouthwashing. One sec. Let me remind myself who you are. I feel bad doing that. I'm sure I'll recognize them once I see the model, but like mouthwashing is one of my favorite games. Chat, do we want to go check out some mouthwashing? Do we want to go look at mouthwashing? Thoughts. Mouthwashing. Thoughts. It's one of my favorite games. I say mouthwashing. I say mouthwashing. Alright, folks. I will next be live on Wednesday at 7 p.m. EST. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. On Wednesday, we're going to be playing some Hades 2 after, of course, our obligatory yapping and whatnot. Y'all know how it goes. Y'all take care of yourselves. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I'm going to have a great time at tomorrow night's show. Expect plenty of yapping about it later, because I'm going to be I'm going to have the time of my life. I'm treating this one really like the time of my life. Hope to see you all again sometime in the near future. Alright? Signing off from the archive. Good night.